Hey, this was originally a live stream, but I've cut it down to focus just on the development work. You might see me reference the chat here and there, but for the most part, it's all about the code. If you have any questions about the project, just check the link down in the description and that'll bring you over to the GitHub repository. Enjoy the video. I'm gonna go ahead and open product list with cart main and we'll get started. I think we also have some assets we can open here. So these are all the individual assets. Do we have, and here we go. This is what we want. So here's the preview of what we're building. And personally, this is enough for me. I don't feel like I need more than this. So let's go ahead and get this pulled up here. They do also have a README. I have a couple of READMEs. Here's a README template. Not sure we need that. Here's the style guide. Okay. All right, so the designs were created to the following widths. Nice. These are just the design sizes. Ensure content is responsive and meets WCAG requirements by testing the full range of screen sizes from 320 to large screens. That's perfect. 320 is what I usually do. So we've got a green, a red. We have 6 shades of rose. Font size is 16 pixels, so I would say 100%. So our font is Red Hat text. We'll go ahead and grab that. And 400, 600, 700. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. And they gave us an index.html to start with. Here's our data, our JSON. Oh, we do have some active states. Here we go. Okay. So this is active state, desktop design with an empty cart, modal, selected, mobile. This is the order confirmed mobile modal. Here's mobile. Here's what I think is interesting about the mobile view is that they put the cart at the bottom and not at the top. I think that's an interesting choice. Okay, perfect. So here's our active state, empty, modal, desktop, mobile. Perfect. I'm not going to worry about importing that, pulling in that data, JSON yet. We're just going to work with HTML. And let's go ahead and get a style.css going. We'll do a style.css and I'm going to do a normalize. All right. Let's put our style guide off to the side here. So here is our red and our green. So we'll just do red, green, and we'll pop these in. So welcome if you're just joining. Today we are working on a Frontend Mentors tutorial, or I guess challenge is more accurate. We are doing the product list with cart, which was a request that I had from one of my subscribers in a previous live stream. So welcome if you're just joining us. Happy to have you. And let's see here, we'll grab these. And I also had a request to do everything as vanilla CSS. So I said I would. And what else do we have here? Font size, 16 pixels. And we'll go grab this font from Google. Let's see. Let's see here. Red Hat text CSS for variable style. What is the full axis? Yeah, we can grab everything. And let's see here. So our font family is Red Hat text. So I'm going to do, I usually do something like this. Box sizing, border box. And I usually just say 100% for, oh wait, that was font weight. Hang on, font weight 400. And we'll do font size 100%. And then let's add some more colors. So we'll just do white, we'll do black. I usually do a gray and a light gray. Because old habits die hard. Oh, and for black, I actually usually do 222, like a super dark gray. And let's go ahead and get these. Don't need you. Is there anything else here that we need? I don't think so. Here, we'll make note of this. What else do we need here? I think that's it. With the font weights, they said 400, 600, 700. We'll grab this. And we can close this out. What else do we need here? Okay, so the challenge, add items to the cart and remove them. Let's see here. Okay, so users should be able to add items to the cart and remove them, increase, decrease the number of items in the cart, see an order confirmation modal when they click confirm order, reset their selections when they click start new order, view the optimal layout for the interface depending on their device's screen size, so mobile responsive, see hover and focus states for all interactive elements on the page. All right, that's CSS. Add a screenshot. So I think this is if you submit. So this is if you submit your solution. And yeah. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to submit this or not. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Here is another README. Your challenge is to build out this product list project that includes a functional cart and get it looking as close to the design as possible. You can use any tools you like to help you complete the challenge, so if you have something you'd like to practice, feel free to give it a go. We provide the data for the products in a local data.json file, so you can use that to populate the UI dynamically if you choose. We'll do that tomorrow or possibly in the next couple of days, maybe next weekend. I'm not worried about any JavaScript today. I just want to be focused on the HTML and the CSS, making sure that we are somewhat accessible. The designs are in JPG static format. Using JPEGs will mean that you'll need to use your best judgment for styles, such as font size, padding, and margin. You can get the Figma design file if you pay for the Pro subscription. All the required assets for the project are in the assets folder. The images are already exported for the correct screen size and optimized. And I have to tell you now, let's go back and look at this folder. I can already tell you something I'm not going to do. So they have a desktop, mobile, tablet thumbnail version of every single product image. I don't know why they're doing that. Tell me if I'm wrong, but who still does that? Who does 4 requests to a server for one image based on whether it's desktop, tablet, thumbnail, or mobile? I don't think there's any reason to do that. I don't do that. I think that's an old way of doing it. So I'm going to use the desktop version of each image. Although, what's the best resolution? Mobile, 502 by 480. Mobile is 654 by 424. Tablet, thumbnail. I'm just going to take the desktop version of every image and use that. There's no reason to do a request for 4 images for one product photo. That can easily be handled with CSS. There's no reason to do that. So I think that's interesting that is that a modern way? Is that a modern way of teaching front-end development and writing CSS? I don't think so. Okay. We also include variable and static font sizes for the required fonts for this project. You can choose to either link to Google Fonts or use the local font files to host the fonts yourself. Note that we've removed the static font files for the font weights that aren't needed for this project. I'm fine linking to Google. There's also a style guide, MD. Okay, feel free to use any workflow that you feel comfortable with. Below is a suggested process. Okay, I'm not worried about that. I generally deploy to Heroku, so that's where I'll send this. We're not going to use any frameworks. This is just going to be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. Sharing your solution. Okay, got feedback for us. That's interesting. Depending on how confident I'm feeling when I'm done with this, I might leave feedback and just ask them why they do 4 images. I don't understand that, but okay. Let's get back to it. All right, so here's our fonts. Let's go ahead and link our normalize. Okay, so we need a header. Main. And a footer. And we don't really, I guess we don't really have a header. That's interesting. Okay. So we just have a body. So we'll do, I guess I'm going to do an H1. And so I'm going to build out all of the HTML first. So all of this HTML we're going to build out first, and then we'll start styling. And I think I'll probably spend the next hour and a half or so getting this HTML written, and then we'll start styling. And I feel pretty confident that we can get the styling figured out or finished by sometime tomorrow. And then next weekend we can start in the JavaScript. So we'll do primary header. What was this? Desserts. And then clearly this H1 is inside of a container, and the cart is also its own container. So we'll go ahead and do, I'm just going to do a section with a class of grid. And then I'm going to do, usually when I do sidebars, I do article. Do a class of sidebar. And then this would be your cart. I'll do an H2. Secondary header. Your cart. And that's as far as I'm going to go right now. Let's go back to the grid. Whoops. And then I'm going to do div with a class of grid wrap. And then I'm going to make each of these Oh, you know what? I meant to do a side. And then these will be articles. Hello from Lincoln, Nebraska. Welcome. I am happy to have you here. Also, I'm thrilled anytime I hear somebody is learning HTML and CSS for the first time. We do this every weekend. We write HTML and CSS and we build user interfaces. And my approach is always to go top to bottom. This is how I like to do it. And I don't start writing any CSS until I've written all of my HTML, which is not to say that, you know, your HTML couldn't change a little bit along the way, but yeah, that's my process. So I'm going to treat each of these items as an article. And then within the article, we'll have a figure and an image and a button. And then we've got functionality here where this button will change. It will, so there's going to be some hiding and showing based on, so I think if you hover, there, I don't see a hover state here. So I'm guessing if you add to cart, you can add to cart and then change the quantity in the cart. Let's do a figure and an image and a button. That's what I'm going to do there. So we'll do a figure and I'll give it a class of image container because I like to make my class names really semantic. I want to be able to look at what that is and say, yes, I know what where that goes. Now we'll do an image source and I'm just going to grab a random image here. So these look like categories here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call this item category. B-R-U-L-E-E. Okay. B-R-U. L-E-E. All right. There's a lot happening with creme brulee. So there's the item category. Vanilla bean. Oh, I think I got the accent wrong here. Let's see here. There we go. Whoa, there's a lot happening with creme brulee. Okay, vanilla bean creme brulee. And then I'm going to give this, I don't know, an H3, I guess. Tertiary header. All right, $7. Should this be a div? Oops. Okay, so we have our add to cart button and so this counter, I'm not going to worry about that until we start working on the JavaScript because this is obviously going to require JavaScript. And I don't think this is a hover. I feel like this is, you click add to cart, it adds it to the cart, and then you have the opportunity to increase, like increment or decrement the amount. So that's how I'm going to treat that. Oh, and it looks like the hover is just that the text changes. The text and the outline change. Okay, the text and the outline change. So what do we have here? I'm just going to do 6 for now. And then let's see how this is starting to look. Yeah, perfect. So here's our header, our image, our add to cart. This is our category, our title, our price. And then we have the cart down here. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of, that's that, isn't it? Okay, so let's finish getting some of these things. Oh, and I guess we do need this asset here, this SVG. Okay, so we have SVGs for so here's a favicon. Okay, so there's our, can you see that there? It's very tiny. So we have, here's our cart, carbon neutral, increment and decrement, order confirmed, remove item, illustration empty cart. Okay. It's a little smaller. Okay. So here's our SVG, which goes inside the button. Let's highlight all of these at once. And we'll see if we need additional markup for that. I don't think we will. I'm not going to worry about increment and decrement for now. And I think also for now, I'm going to do an empty cart just for the sake of writing some CSS. So what else do I need? I think I just need empty cart. Let's see here. Your cart 0. Okay. I'm going to use Flexbox for this. Do I need another wrapper around this? What do I have now? So we've got our section grid and we have our aside. We do need a wrapper here. Whoops. So I'm going to do a class of inner wrap around the entire thing. And then I usually do something like inner wrap. So we'll say max width, it's 1440 pixels. Margin 0 auto to center. And then what else do we want here? We'll do display, flex, flex, flow, row. We'll do row wrap because we need that to basically wrap on mobile. And then we'll see, nope, that's not what I wanted. Justify, contents, space, between is what I usually do. And then we'll do align items. I'm gonna do stretch for now. We'll see if we need to change that. Yep, and so there's the beginnings of our layout. Good, 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 good. So anytime we need a wrap now, we can use that class. Do we need there's no footer. No header, no footer. Okay, so we'll take out the header and the footer. All right. Oh, and that's spelled wrong. Fix that. So now we have another grid, which is our grid wrap. And I'm pretty much going to do Flexbox again. So we'll say display, display flex. We'll do flex flow row. I'll do row wrap again because we want those to be able to wrap on mobile devices. Justify content. I usually do space between. And then align items. I'm going to do stretch again. Subject to change. Where are we here? And then we need to adjust the width of these. Okay, we need to write a little more CSS here. So let's get our margin off the figure, which has a lot of margin by default. So we'll do image, container, margin 0. And then our grid items. I think we could also do a gap of, is it just 1 or 1 rem? Do you specify the unit? I can't remember. And then our grid items, I'll do a width, calculating, I can't remember how gap works for Flexbox. Well, we're going to find out. We'll see if this works. Not quite. Let's see what we're doing here. Oof, that's small. So it puts a gap. Where does it put the gap? I can't remember. Where is it? CSS, Tricks, Flexbox. Does he have gap here? Gap. Okay. Does Flexbox gap add the gap all the way around an item? No. Adds 20 pixels of space only between items. No, the gap only adds space between flex items, not around them. Spacing between the items along the flex container's main or cross axes, but does not add padding or margin around the edges of the container. Display flex gap 20 pixels. If you only want space on the outer edges without padding inside, you can add a margin. So gap is perfect for internal spacing between items, while padding or margin can't handle any needed outer spacing. If my gap is 1 rem, is my width almost. So 2. Okay. Oh, it's saying here 100% minus 2 rems divided by 3. Ah, gotcha. Okay, let's do that. Not quite. Grid item, do I have the wrong class here? Yes, I do. There we go. Perfect. We have a grid, almost. Let's see here. We need to get that inside. Here's our inner wrap. And then we need a width here. So I'm going to do a width of, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give this a gap of 1 rems, and then we'll do calc. Well, no, that's even though. So we'll do you know what? I'm not going to worry about a gap on this outermost container. Let's just do a width of 66% for our grid. Wait a second here. So we've got here, all right, here we go. Grid width. So we have our inner wrap with our grid and our sidebar, and then we have our grid wrap with our items. All right, we're getting close. I think this, no, that should be okay. I think we just need to style these images. Yeah. All right, so our images need just some generic styles here. Max width, 100%, and height auto. There we go. Okay. And there's our container. Yes, good. What else we got going here? Here's our cart. And what's this background? Must be this light rose. So we'll put that on the body. How do you do this? I don't need you. I don't need you. Done with you. think I need you. So var parentheses. Got it. I guess it's this rose 50 color. And then oh yeah, look at that. Nice. I like it. I like this text too. I like this font choice. Yeah. I think these containers need a little bit of padding for when they're up against one another. So let's give our inner wrap, we'll give our inner wrap a little bit of padding. We'll just give it 1 rem all the way around. There we go. So it's got a little padding there, which actually matches the gap. So that's good. And then let's give our sidebar. I think our sidebar is so our sidebar has a white background. Your added items will appear here. Let's see. And I'm going to put a wrap around this also. And I'm just going to call this side wrap. We'll give this a background color of white. Let's see here. Okay, so our sidebar, and it's got, everything's got like a border radius. So let's give our sidebar a border radius. It looks like about 10 pixels. I don't know, I'm guessing. And oh yeah, we probably don't want to stretch that because it's stretching all the way down to the bottom. So we'll do so on our inner wrap, the default is flex start. Let's see here. We might want to put, it might be better to do this on side wrap. Yeah, I think that's a better approach. And then SVGs by default are inline elements, so we're going to say display block. And I'm just going to say margin 0 auto. I don't know if I have to give it a width. Nope, that did it for me. So that centered that nicely. Oh, and then I think this is beneath. And we definitely need some padding. We need quite a bit of padding. So I'm going to give it like, well, maybe just a rem of padding is okay. Yeah, that looks okay. And then I think our text color is, let's look here. Okay, so we've got red, and then we've got this series of rose colors. So I'm going to say your items will appear here is probably this like rose 500 color, but I think your cart is this red color. Yeah. So red and rose 500. So our side wrap, secondary header. It's red. And then I'm going to say side wrap P is color rose 500. Yeah, that looks good. And then that P is text align center. And paragraphs are by default block level elements, so we should just be able to do text align. Oh, I think we can just do text align center. Yeah, that works. I think we need a lot more space here, so I'm gonna we'll make it 65.5 and 32.5. Yeah, that's a little more space there. It's a very imperfect way of doing it. And then our desserts header is just going to have to be with 100% to push all those other, so we're just going to say with the 100% for the primary header to push everything else down. So that comes after the grid wrap. I'm going to put our headers up here. There we go. And H1s by default have a ton of margin on them. Well, from Normalize, we've reset the margin, but even by default, they have a lot of margin. So let's see here. We'll tighten up that margin a little bit. Does it have any? We'll do 0 on the top, 0 on the left and right, and just a half rem underneath. Ooh, that's a little tight. But I think our entire page needs a lot of margin. So let's do that too. So I'm just going to give our main container like, well, oh, that's what I wanted. We'll just do 5 rems on the top and bottom for the main container. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe a little less, maybe 4. Yeah, I'm good with that. And then I think I'm going to take out the margin for that H2 in the sidebar. So I'm just going to do margin 0 here. Yeah. And I think that text is a lot smaller. It is accessible. I mean, the text is that text is a lot smaller, but I'm not going to change the size of the text because I just don't like going beneath 16 pixels. On font weight normal or 400 text, I don't like going beneath 16 pixels for accessibility. So I'm going to leave that the way it is. Okay, let's get these images and buttons styled. So for our desktop view, I think everything is pretty much just a square. So the way I like to style images, because I want control over this figure tag, going from desktop to tablet to mobile, I'm going to change the aspect ratio of this, and this is the way I do it. If you have a better way of doing it, let me know. But this is the way that I feel like I have the most control, and I can keep the image flexible and resizing proportionally within its container. So I'm going to do position relative, and we're going to do margin 0. Let's see here. I'm going to do width 100%. Let's see here. Okay, so I do width 100%, and it's just going to take up 100% of the article item. So since we have this defined width on article, we really do need the parent container of the image to have a defined height and width. So width 100%, and then I'm going to do height 0, and then I'm going to do padding bottom, and I think I'm just going to do 100%, and that should give us like a perfect square, a perfect flexible square. So now we'll do image container image position absolute, which is a really aggressive type of positioning, but it is totally appropriate in a lot of situations. So we're going to do width 100%, height 100%, and then we're going to use the object fit cover. And I will show you why this works so well. Okay, you can't really see it now because the image is already square. That's okay. So let's go ahead and give this also a border radius of, whoops, hang on. Border radius of 10 pixels. There we go. So we have a perfect square, and let me show you why. So you see, as we resize, how perfectly now those boxes are moving as the screen gets smaller and bigger. The reason we can do that is because of this right here, because we basically gave it 0 height, and then we're able to use padding bottom 100% to open that container back up again after we forced it closed with a height of 0. And that's really powerful. So let's say that we want this to not be a perfect square, and we want it to have that 16:9 aspect ratio, which is kind of like that typical TV or computer monitor size. We can do this instead. So that percentage is 56.25. And now again, we have this perfectly centered, flexible container that moves. And we're going to want to, on desktop, this is a square. But on mobile, I would say that this is not quite that 16:9. Let's see if we can make that bigger. This isn't quite 16:9. This is maybe more like 2/3. We'll play with it a little bit, but this is why I'm saying you don't have to do additional HTTP requests to get additional image sizes when you are perfectly capable of using CSS to resize those containers for different views. You just don't, in my opinion, need to do hard and fast. You can keep things really, really flexible just with CSS. You don't even have to write media queries for this. So let's just go ahead and let's do it now. Let's do some mobile styles. Because they don't even give us media queries. You can just go from desktop down to mobile. This is such an easy drop to go from this to that. So here we're back to a nice square. So I prefer, where's our grid? So we can do 2 sets of mobile styles. So we can work on changing up this grid first and then the sidebar. We've got plenty of room inside the sidebar. So here's our window up to 1440. So here's about iPad size, 1024. I usually like to start dropping things into mobile around 960, which is kind of in between a portrait and a landscape iPad. That's about what that is. And here we're really zoomed in here. So right around, so here's 1440. This would be like an iPad landscape. 768 is like an iPad portrait orientation. So right around 960. And I don't write a ton of media queries. I just don't. So right around 960. So that's at 958 right there. So let's go right here and take myself off. So we'll do @media, max width 960, do grid item, whoops, and we'll do this again, but instead of divided by 3, we'll just do divided by 2. So there. And then if we want to pop it down, maybe right around 600 is when we would change both of these. So we'll do another media query here at 600, and then we'll change the width to just be 100%. So there we go. Now we have to change our section grid and our aside sidebar. Those are the only 2 things we have to do for mobile. So we'll go right here. And I'm just going to do 1 media query. So we'll do @media, max width. We'll do 768 and we'll just see how it looks. Grid, sidebar, width 100%. There. So there's 960. There's 768 where our cart dropped down to the bottom, but we still have plenty of room here for 2 side by side. And then it's 600. So let's see here, they said here, mobile is 375, which to me means that they're testing at a minimum of 375. So there's 374. I tend to test right around iPhone SE, which is 375. That's the smallest. But just when I'm sort of scrubbing the browser window, I tend to go down also to about 320. I make sure that things are holding up right around there to about 320. And as far as I'm concerned, that's about all you need to do. So we have iPhone SE. Let's do an iPad Air. So here's portrait. Here's landscape, portrait. I feel like we still have plenty of room here for 3 across. What else do we have here? iPad Pro is pretty big, but 1024, 1366. This is like laptop size. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Whoop. All right. Oh, I guess we didn't, hang on, I guess we didn't do one thing. I was gonna do, so here, we need to change the orientation of the images, which is why I even started talking about mobile styles. So let's go ahead and do that. So right here, I'll do another media query. Oh, right there, add media. Do max width. I'm going to do 600 pixels. And we'll do padding bottom 66.666, which is like 2/3. Let's see here. I mean, that looks, proportionally, that looks about right to me. Maybe a little less. No, I think that's okay because the button is going to come up and cover up. So I think that looks okay. So I don't think there's any reason to do all those additional HTTP requests to get additional image sizes. You can do everything with one image. Yeah, I love it. It looks great. I made one mistake yesterday, which I didn't realize until after I was done. They specified a desktop width of 1440 pixels, and I mistakenly put in 1140 pixels. So I corrected that, if you were wondering, and it looks a lot better. It looks normal now. So I really want to get, I'll make this a little bigger. I really want to get these cards finished. So let's work on this button. So we've got this pill-shaped button. The outline looks like the dark, I think the dark rose. Yeah, I'm gonna say this rose 900 is what that outline looks like. Maybe the text as well. Yeah, I wonder if this is also that dark rose. Yeah, well, let's just get started. When we have a hover here on the button, everything turns to the same color red. And this color red looks the same as this color red, which is just this right here, this red. So I'm gonna go with that. I mean, we don't have the design files, so we're winging it a little bit, and I'm completely fine with that. I personally like winging it. Not everybody agrees, but I do like it. So let's, what did we call our button? So I think we just called it cart button. We've got a little SVG in there. So our figure, I think it makes sense to put position relative on the article. So we'll start with that. Grid item. Where are we here? Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to do position relative. Let's see. This might be better. Yeah. And then let's do, well, I'm going to put it after the image. Yeah, we can do position, no, that's not what I wanted. We can do position absolute. I mean, that's aggressive, but it's totally appropriate. We'll do, I'm going to do bottom 0 for now, even though I know that's going to change. Left 50%. Transform, translate, we'll do that on the x-axis, minus 50%, which will calculate the total width of the button, and it should center it for us. Yeah, right there. And how far up do we need to move this? So here's our article. Our button comes immediately after the, it makes me, I don't think a button should go inside a figure tag. I think this is fine. So we could just do like minus, let's put some z-index on that. Bottom, not minus, probably just, yeah. I'm thinking that it would be better to go from the top because so we need to, I wonder if it's better to put the, can you put a button inside a figure tag? It doesn't feel semantic. We could also just put a div around the figure and the button and then position it to that container. That might be a better way to go. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, because as we size our screen, it seems like, I mean, it seems like our button is following along pretty well. Okay, we can try this, positioning it from the bottom. I reserve the right to change my mind at a future time. Yeah, we can do that. And then let's make sure that our button is white space no wrap, which makes the white space no wrap, so we don't have that text wrapping. There's really no reason for it to wrap. There we go. It's got plenty of room. Yeah, that button doesn't really, if we do this from the top instead, I don't want to do 100%. I don't think 50%'s enough. Yeah. Okay, I am going to put that inside of a container because I need better control over that button when these images size. So let's put a div around the figure and the button and go that route. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to call this I guess button container. And then yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense. So I'm going to take, I'm going to take position relative off the grid item, and we'll go with button container. And yep, there we go. Perfect. Now all we have to do is just move it down a little bit. It's about in the middle. I'm just going to do -1 rem, and we'll adjust it if we need to. Yeah, looks good. And then let's put a little bit of margin after the button container, like margin on the bottom, so we can push that other text down. Yeah, that looks good. Now let's actually style our button. So I usually do appearance none, and then we want border. I'm gonna go with this rose 900. Let's see here. We want 1 pixel solid, and then that's our color. And then for border radius, to get a perfect pill shape on any size, I always do 50 VH. Yeah, we just need a little padding in there. So right now by default, it's got some padding I can see. Let's do, oop, that's a lot. I mean, that looks good on the left and right, but maybe on the top and bottom. And I think we definitely need to align what's happening inside this button. So we'll do padding, 0.5 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. I'm also going to do display flex. Whoop. Display flex. flex flow, row, no wrap. Justify content, space between, align items, center. It's a lot of button styles, but hey, that looks pretty good. Do we need it to be a little wider? I mean, yeah, let's give it like a minimum width, probably, well, what's the width now? The width now is 137. I'm going to give it a minimum width of 200. And a minimum width means that it can get bigger if it needs to. Oop, that's too big. That's too big. Maybe 150? I think it has a little more space on the left and right, so maybe instead of space between, we could do space evenly. Yeah. So that gives it an even amount of space on the left, right, and in between the SVG and the text. Yeah, I like that. And then let's change the text color. We'll go ahead and do color bar. I'm going to do this rose 900 again. And then I'm going to do cursor pointer, which I feel like is very controversial, except that they have it here. So now we just need to do some hover styles. Oh, and we need to change the color of the SVG. Oh, we already have the color, so I can see here what it is. So these are all HSL. Show me C73A0F. Pretty close. That's the fill color. Okay, so that is the red. So we need to make sure that on hover, our text and our border changes to red. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll do hover, active, and I do focus styles, but I don't change the outline. I like to keep the browser default outline of that blue border, but I do also include focus styles. So if you're tabbing through and the button gets focus, it gets the blue outline and it gets the styles. So I didn't used to do that. I mean, at the beginning of my career, I used to do that, and then I stopped doing that, and now I do it again. So let's put a transition on the button. We'll say, I'm just going to say all. Ease in, out. And then we'll change the border color to red. And we'll change the color to red. Oh, we're not getting anything here. Oh, you know what? That's not how you do it, is it? I'm thinking of before and after pseudo classes. Here we go. I think that's a 1 pixel border. Yeah, I'm going to stick with 1 pixel. So now this moves pretty well. It stays with it, doesn't bust out of its container. I think that button needs a little more padding. So I'm going to add just a little more. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. Let's just pull this back a tiny little bit. Yeah, I like it. Looks good. All right, let's finish styling this text. So I think the full title is that rows 900. I think this price is the red color, and I think waffle is, what's waffle? I feel like what is this? So that's the rows 500. So our category is rows 500. This is rows 900. And I think the price is red. That's what I'm going with. And then our text, this is a little bit, this is a little too big, a little too bold. What is this? I think we called this an H3. What are our choices? 300, hang on. Red hat, wait a second, they told us. The weights are 400, 600, 700. So I'm going to do 600 for that H3. And we gave that a class of tertiary header. So I'm going to give this a font weight of 600, and the color, I think I said yep, we just need to bring it down a little bit. So right now the font size by default is 1.17. Yeah, and then here's our category, item category. I'm going to bring this font size down a little bit to maybe just 0.9 rems. I don't want to get too small. And then our color is, I think we said rows 500. And let's adjust some of this. The margin is 1 rem on the top and bottom. I'm going to change it to 0.5 on the top, bottom, none on the left and right. Yeah, that looks a little nicer. And then let's change our item price to red. And this looks like the font weight is a little bit bigger as well. So we'll do font weight 600. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And we need a little extra room underneath each of these cards. So maybe we'll do a margin on the bottom of 1 rem. All right, I like it. I mean, it holds up really well on mobile. Yeah, I think that holds up really well on mobile. So let's go ahead and style our cart. So we have a couple things going on here. We also have, let's see here, we also have a dialogue. I don't know if we're going to get to this today. I have a feeling that I'll be doing the dialogue next weekend. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our markup in, write our HTML for this. So So let's put a div around this because clearly this SVG is not going to be shown. Empty cart. Clearly this SVG won't be shown as long as there are things in the cart. So we need to account for that. I think I need to leave this open. I'm going to take myself off here. There. Where's our sidebar? Oh, that's okay. We'll do some refactoring next weekend too. So we'll say empty. So our profile cart would be, I think by default, I would say display none. And then we would just add a class that says active display block. I suppose we could just do that right on the SVG too. Yeah. We'll do that. So by default, that SVG is display none unless there's an empty cart, in which case that will be one of our event listeners. Let's see here. Active, just no, empty cart. SVG display none. need to do a little refactoring now. Okay, so let's move, I think we need to move our sidebar stuff down to the bottom. I'm gonna leave these sidebar things here and move the rest down. And then I think we can combine some of these things. So I'm gonna take that and put it there, and then we actually don't need this. Yep, there we go. Oh, same with that. Yeah, maybe we do want to put empty cart around those two things. Yeah. So here's our empty cart div. We'll do another div called full cart. And this one's going to be basically the opposite. So we'll say full cart display block. And then we'll do an active class on this, which would be display none. So depending on which is which. So let's get this is a carbon neutral delivery. Okay. This is a carbon neutral delivery. And I think we need to get another SVG in here. And then we want another button, confirm order. So we'll put this here. Button. We'll say class confirm order. And then we have order total, which is above this. So we'll do another div, and we'll say class order total. Order total. And then I'm just gonna put, hang on, I'm just gonna put a span inside here. And then we'll say class total amount, 4650. And we can go ahead and put a class on this. We'll just say order total. And then we'll put a class on this. Say carbon neutral. Did I spell that right? There we go. All right. How are things looking so far? Yeah, so far so good. Oh, the div and the, let's see here. Oh, they do. Yes, thank you. I didn't even notice that. Maybe. Do I, you know what? Do I even need? just going to take out the div. I'd rather have a P because that feels more semantic to me. I don't know. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to have these two P's right there. Yeah, I think that works. So now let's put in another div. And we'll just say cart items. And I mean, I want to use articles for this. Say cart item. I'm going to say cart container so it doesn't get too confusing. Cart container, cart item. And then we want 1x. Oh yeah, all those things are going to need like their own spans, aren't they? Okay. So we'll do class quantity 1x. And we'll do, I'm using spans because by default they're inline elements, so they will line up. They will line up perfectly. So this is the quantity. This is each item, like the price per item. So I'll do class each item. So we'll say at $5.50, and then we'll say span. This would be item total. Item total. I think this will work. Yeah, I think this will be okay. Does the JSON, how's the pricing? That should be okay because I think in our JavaScript we can designate like US dollars. Yeah. And then we just need to put our SVG. Remove item. Put that right there. We're going to have to do a bunch of stuff here, right? Like I know that this span is probably going to have a calculation that's dynamic. This span is going to be this thing right here, the price. And then I know that this span is going to be a calculation of each item times quantity, right? And then we know that this SVG is going to be, well, this is probably going to be a button actually. So we should put a button on this because if that's something that you interact with in order to remove an item, you have to do that on a button. Not only because it's the correct semantic way to go, but buttons are what receive focus if somebody's tabbing through. So this would be remove item. So yeah, this feels like we're covering our bases for next week when we pull in that data. But also, okay, I'm going to go back and finish my original thought. This is the power of good semantic HTML. I do know junior developers that don't really understand the difference between a div and a span, or they don't really understand what a block level element is. And when you can make good semantic choices like this, look how much of the work is being done for you just with the HTML. It's so, so powerful. So I would just encourage everybody. I mean, look at how much of this is all lined up and ready to go and just needs a few styles now. Yeah, super, super powerful. It's something that I just love about HTML. Good semantic HTML. So we'll get a couple in here now. And then let's go ahead and space these out. Oh, and we also need the name. So this, do we want to give that, does that need a heading? I don't think that needs a heading. So I'm just going to use a paragraph tag. And I'm just going to say cart heading. And what is that? Tiramisu. let's see here, get this copied in. And I chose a p tag because p tags are block level elements by default. And they do also have a little bit of semantic value as opposed to divs and spans that don't really have any semantic value. They don't really tell the browser or SEO anything about what is actually happening here in terms of the text. So it's not really a heading, but at least if you use a paragraph tag, you say, hey, this has like some textual semantic value. I don't know if I'm overthinking that, but that's just my approach. So, okay, now we can go ahead, and I think I must have a center someplace. Oh yeah, side wrap center. So let's change that too, because it's centering everything. Let's just do empty cart can be text align center. We'll take that off. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think our header is that red 900. I think our quantity is red. I'm going to say our price per item is the red, I think it's red 500. And then this is just slightly darker. So what are our choices here again? So we've got rows 900, rows 500, 900, 500. Maybe this row's 400. I wonder if that's accessible. Okay, we'll do 400, 500, and 900. All right, I need a little more room here. I lost my place. Here we are. Okay. So I'll say card heading, color, var. I'm going to do rows 900. And the font weight, I'm going to do 600. And then quantity, color, var, red. And then each item, color, var, I'm going to do rows 400. Item, total, color, rows 500. Yeah, that looks about right. And then, oh, for our button, let's put in so we need an access hidden class because we need to say what this is. Remove item, and I'm going to say aria hidden true so the screen reader doesn't pick it up. And then let's write an access hidden class or some styles. And I'm going to go grab some from our last project. Here we go. So this is a screen reader friendly way to have text on the screen, to hide text from the screen, but still make sure it gets read out to the screen reader. right. And then our button is remove item. I'm going to say appearance none, border none, and background. There we go. And now we just need to, oh, I think our quantity needs to be bold. So we'll say font weight 600. Yeah. And then I don't think we need any space here, so let's change that. Yep, that looks a little better. And then, oh, I guess we do need a border around that SVG. Here's the other thing I'm noticing is I think we should put a div around these things so we can get these lined up correctly. Because it's going to make sense to use Flexbox to get these on the left and this over onto the right. So let's give this a class of cart. I'm going to call it the cart quantity. And then we could do, and I think we're going to want to put this inside the cart quantity. And then we can put Flexbox on cart item. I'm going to change that to a span. Yep, because if we change it to a span, it lines everything up for us. So might as well. And then let's make this a little more buttony. So remove item, border, 1 pixel, solid, var, black, and we're gonna have to change the, let's see here. Maybe just change the, let's make it a little bigger. So we'll make it display block because SVGs by default are display in line, and it needs to be display block so we can give it a little width and height. So I'm going to say 20 pixels by 20 pixels, and I'm gonna put the border radius 50%. Do I want to put that there, or do I want to put that here? color is that? I'm not sure what color that is. Oh, it's got a hover. That's why. Okay. So I don't know what color this is because all the other color values are HSL. I feel like those border styles should be on the button, not the SVG. So we just need to, I think we just need to make sure this also has the same. Am I overthinking this? Let's do what we did last week. Oh, hang on, let's make this. Here we go. I think it just has padding on it. We need to get rid of some of that padding. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I like that. I'm going to make the make this a little smaller. I was just thinking that. Yeah, I like that. So now all we need to do, and I'm going to take this fill out. I'm going to take this fill out of our markup because I want to add fill here so I can actually style that transition. So now let's do transition. We're just going to do all 300 milliseconds, ease in out. And I'm going to put this here too. We'll do a hover, active, focus, border color, black, and this will be fill, var, black. Almost. Oh, is it rows 900? Let's see here. So when we remove, let me think. When we hover on the button, we want to trigger the SVG. Yeah. I'm thinking about how I trigger the SVG, which I've done a million times, and I'm drawing a blank. When we hover on the button, see, normally with Sass, I would just do this. So when we hover on the button, all right, let's move on. I'm going to move on and come back to this hover at a later time. Let's get these things lined up. So let's put display flex on our cart item. Do we have a cart item class yet? Let's come up here. I'm going to do display flex, flex flow, row, do row no wrap. Justify content space between, align items, center. Oh, I think I'm going to do flex end so I can get that button down. Flex end. Yeah. And then let's put a little space in between these with a border. And our paragraphs have a lot of padding, or a lot of margin, which maybe that works to our advantage. Let's do yeah, we could just do some margin and a border on the bottom. So I'm going to do margin, bottom, 1 rem. I'm going to use Rose 300 as our as our border color. Border, bottom, 1 pixel, solid. Oh, probably need to be padding bottom. Ooh, that's too dark. Okay, let's go with our light gray. That's too light. I think our just gray. There we go. That's looking pretty good. I think that's looking pretty good. Let's see here. Let's move this. Let's make our quantity stuff here a little roomier. So here's where I'm thinking that I do need to use a div, because I can't give a span width without changing it to display block. And it didn't really matter if it was aligned because I had flex on the parent. So, okay, I'm going to change cart quantity to a div because I need to give that some width. All right. Yeah, didn't change it at all. Didn't change it at all. Cart quantity. So I'm just going to give this a width of, something kind of dynamic, like maybe a minimum width of 40%, so it can grow a little if it has to. I also have to display flex this container. Okay. And then center it. Oh, for God's sakes. The cart heading needs to be with 100%. Okay, so I think we can take out this. Are paragraphs not... Am I imagining this? HTML paragraphs can be any structural grouping of related content. Paragraphs are block level elements, and notably will automatically close if another block level element is parsed before. Okay. Oh, is that why? But if I give this width 100%, why isn't it... maybe I just need to change this to width. Why isn't that pushing it down? Things are starting to get messy. This. So that's 108 pixels. Okay. So that's display flex. And that is display flex. I shouldn't have to say display block. It's already display block. What if this is also 100%? I need this to be inside. This should be 100% of the parent container, which is that. Okay, so I think I have to put a div around these three spans. Oh, so many divs. You know what, though? That's how it goes. So we've got cart item, cart quantity, and then I'm going to do quantity wrap. Okay. Oh, it did change. One of them changed. Oh, let's finish getting all of them. Okay. Whoops. Just gonna wait until I have this one styled. Okay. There we go. So here's our cart item, cart quantity, cart heading. Put that there. Oop. Cart quantity, cart heading, cart, and then we want our, wait a second, no, that was right. Item, quantity, heading, and then our quantity wrap. And this is where I want a width of, oh. Okay, we're getting there. Oh, whoop. Oh, it just needs to be. So here's our, this needs to be with 100%. Really, does it? Hang on. Okay, so here's the top level. Here's our cart quantity. I want this to be wider. I don't want width there. The quantity, here's the heading, here's the quantity wrap. Do I have this? I want to be 100%. Hallelujah, there we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. I need to okay, that's our cart item. Here's our cart quantity with 50%. Then we have our cart heading, which is 100%. Then we have our quantity wrap, which is 100%. Yes. Beautiful. Could maybe be a little closer together. I do feel like something, yeah, this right here should be flex start. Yeah, flex start, because it's a column. And this can be a little, maybe 75%. I wonder if that's going to mess with the responsiveness. So let's just make that a pixel value so it doesn't move on us. Maybe right about there. 145. Perfect. All right, where's our column? So this should be flex start, which is really the default value, so I don't think we need to define that. And then let's make this 145 pixels so it doesn't move around on us. And that still looks pretty good there. Still plenty of room. We'll go 150 just to be on the safe side. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, that still looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. All right, let's pop a couple more in here to make sure our spacing looks okay. Oh, there's a lot happening in this cart, but that's okay. That's how it goes, right? That is how it goes. Yeah, that looks great. This sidebar is pretty big. Maybe that's okay. I think that's okay. Maybe it could be a little smaller. Let's see. So right now I have like our main body. So if we increase this by we take this down to just 30%, we could take this up to maybe 68 and leave 2%. Yeah, that looks pretty good. How does that hold up? That still holds up. I bet this is, what is the color of that header? We don't need this. Rose 900. It looks so dark, but okay. So our order total, I bet that order total is also Rose 900, and I bet this is Rose 900. Let's put a span around this just so it has a container. Oops. Can also display flex this. And then let's make sure that this is color var Rose 900. And then let's make that total amount. Font size, I don't know, 3 rems. Font weight, 700. Oof, that's big. Let's try 2. That looks pretty good. Yeah, let's give it a little give it a little margin on the top. Yeah, perfect. All right, this is a carbon neutral delivery. So we'll give this some padding. Just going to give it a rem of padding, and we'll give this a background color of oop, too dark. I bet that's, oh, it's probably this, I think it's the same as the rest of this, which is what, Rose 50? Maybe Rose 100. We'll do Rose 100. And then we'll give it border radius, 10 pixels. And let's see here. Text align center. That's a little dark. Rose 50. And I'm gonna do it. Display flex. Man, we're using a lot of display flex. It feels weird to use display flex this much. It's just coming in so handy. see here. Let's also do align items, justify content, also center. And I think we just want to give that SVG a little bit of margin. Left, right, on the right, like 10 pixels. Yeah, I'm good with that. And carbon neutral is bold. Okay, let's see here. And hyphenated. So I'm thinking we could just do strong. All right. So we have to style strong. I don't know why VS Code does this. I'm actually not going to do strong. I'm just going to do, although I think if I put span in here, it's still going to do it. Yeah, see, it's removing spaces. It's annoying. Can I just do this? I don't think you should have to do that. I don't know why I'm being forced to do that. All right, I will style my strong tags. All right, I like that. Looks good. Now let's style our button. All right, button, confirm order. So appearance, none. What's the button if you're not hovering? Is it just a darker red? Say border none. Background color. I'm going to go with just the red color. And text is white. Oh, gotcha. Okay. And I think we need font weight 600. Font size, I'm going to say 1.5 rems for now. And let's go width 100%. Border radius 50 VH for that pill shape. And I think we need good chunk of padding. Let's just start with the rem to see how that looks. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think our text is definitely too big. And I don't think it's bold. I'm gonna take out the font weight. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And I think it has a little more room in between. So this has, does this have margin or carbon neutral? I'm going to put a little margin on the bottom. Yeah. Hang on, that didn't do anything. I don't think that did anything. Oh, probably already had margin, that's why. Because it's a paragraph. Yeah, we'll do that instead. So we'll put 2 rems on the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right. And then we'll give this a hover state. So we'll do cursor, pointer, and then we'll give it a transition. I'm just going to say all 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. Hover, active, focus. I guess I'm just going to change the background color. Is that lighter or darker than the red? It's different. What other colors are there? There is no other red color. Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna roll my own on this one. I'm gonna invert the colors. So let's do a border of 2 pixels, solid, transparent. Or no, let's actually do, we'll just give this also red. And then we'll keep the border and we'll change the background color to, I'm going to change the background color to white, and the color to red. There. I like it. And I am going to make this text bold. And I'm going to bring this down just a smudge. I'll do font, weight, 600. Yeah. All right, here it is. Let's make sure. This is not behaving correctly. Let's put this in paragraph tags to give it some structure. Yeah, that's what that needed. We're kind of busting out of our container though, aren't we? Oh, because it's already in paragraph tags. Okay, let's change this to a div. It just needs to be a block level element, but yeah, you can't put a paragraph inside of a paragraph. That doesn't work. Yeah, there we go. And I bet we put, let me see here, put extra margin so we can take this down a notch. Oh, padding, that's what. Hang on, no, that's not it. Yeah, there we go. Because that paragraph tag by default has some margin. It might still need a, yeah. Let's give it like a half. Yeah. I'm going to give it one rem on the left and right. Yeah, so it's got a little more, it's a little squishier. Ooh, this is kind of bumping into each other too. What's happening here? So these are aligned items, but they don't look very aligned, do they? Oh, that's why. So let's get that margin off the total amount. I bet I meant to put that someplace else and I put it there by mistake. So those are aligned. I mean, I think that's okay if total wraps to the second line, because that still is aligned to me. I do think we need to make our little carbon neutral SVG. We need to give that a little bit of structure. So let's make sure that this is display block, and we'll give it a width of 20 pixels and a height of 20 pixels. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, is this why? There we go. Say height auto. So I'm going to say give that a width of 30 pixels. I'm going to take the margin off and we'll define the width for this also. So carbon neutral. I'm going to say width calc 100% minus, I'm going to say 40 pixels, and I'm going to give this a width of 30 pixels, and I'm just going to give this a height of auto. So far so good. Here we go. Yeah, I like that. Oh, and then let's take the margin off. And then, oh, well, I guess we need our margin, don't we? I think we could, yeah, 30 plus 10 is 40, and we can do that. The math is mathing. Yeah, I like it. Oh, we're still not centered though. We lost our centered. Oh, that's because I just say text align center. Maybe this can just be auto. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. this, I'm going to say text align center. Okay, so we need to add a second button that is technically hidden. So it's something that would be activated with like an event listener. So we'll go ahead and write the HTML and do some styles for the button. We also need to do a modal dialog. So again, this would be anything that's in the cart. Once you click confirm order, it does a modal dialog to show you what your order is. Yeah. So, and then if we have time, we'll do a run through and see if we need to. I mean, I think our responsive styles are pretty good. We are going to really need to check and see if how our accessibility is looking. I'm not sure. I mean, I really haven't been checking it all up until this point, and now is the time to do it because we definitely need to make sure that these buttons are accessible. So I really want to do the code review for Abdallah. I have it pulled up, but I'm going to wait a few minutes. Let's give it 15 minutes and see if he's able to join us. And yeah, we'll give it 15 minutes. We'll see if he's able to join us, and then we'll go ahead and do the code review. And then I've got his email address. If he isn't able to join us today, I'll email him after the stream this afternoon. So, all right, let's get started. So let's add another button here. This is our cart button. Actually, let's just do this. So we'll give this a class of cart quantity. Have I used that class yet? Cart quantity. Let's see here. Okay, so we just need a plus and a minus and a quantity. So we'll put some spans in here. We'll do class. I've used the cart quantity class. I had a feeling. Cart. Let's do cart increment. This is way too long. Cart plus minus. And then I'm just going to do another span, and we'll say 1. These don't need to be unique. I'm just going to call this more less. Cart quantity, quantity wrap, quantity. Okay. Item quantity. And then we probably need some screen reader friendly text. And I'll just call it cart quantity. cart, add to cart. Did we get them all? There we go. Okay, we got them. We probably also want to put so we'll go ahead and say I'll give them an active class. You know what this makes me feel like I should do? I gotta get rid of some of these. They're driving me crazy. Let's just get rid of these bottom three. We need to get our dynamic data in there, but so we have, these are individual items. Here's the cart button. Item category. Side wrap. Okay, here we go. Sidebar. Sidebar cart starts here. All right, cart plus minus. So we're gonna say display none. But then the active will make a display block. And we have our active class on, so that should be okay. It's a button, so we'll say appearance none. It's probably going to be really similar to this. So we have our border radius, some padding, and we'll do yep, it's going to need all of this. And that is just fine. The bottom will have to be, no, it will be exactly the same because it will sit on top. So this will have a Z index of, I don't know, I'm just going to say 1 for now, and then this would have a Z index of 2. Yeah. Does that look like it's really sitting on top of it? It's off by a little bit. Let's tweak it a little here. Oh, it's got display flex on it. That's why it's There we go. So that would just be a click event to add the active class. It is not quite. I mean, in theory, it would be. It's off by just like a pixel, which is not the end of the world, but I mean, I think that's interesting. 150 by 42.79, 150 by 41.19. I'm guessing that oh, I bet that SVG is, so we just need to control the height. So I'm just going to control the height of the button. That's 42.79. We'll just give it a height of 43 pixels. I'm fine with that. I mean, we're controlling so much of this thing. This is fine. Normally I wouldn't do that. And I know this type of positioning, I mean, this type of positioning is pretty aggressive. I'm comfortable doing this type of positioning. This isn't the only way to do it. If you come up with a simpler way to do this, do it. I wouldn't expect everybody to do this. It works for me. I'm comfortable with it. It's I think it's a good way to handle it, but this is by no means the only way to do this. There's a lot happening here. So, but I am a control freak and I like to have control of everything. So let's make sure. So we've got our span. So here's our axis hidden. Here's our more or less, our one. I don't really see, did I not put the SVG in there? I don't think I did. Nope. Okay. Increment. Take out this fill. I'm going to do more, less, SVG. We'll do a fill of, is it rows 500? There we go. It's just on the, and then let's do it's not really aligning very well, is it? Do we need each of those spans to be display block? Well, SVGs are by default display inline. Does it matter what the children are? Cart plus minus, we'll just do cart plus minus span. Cart button. Wait a second. I didn't think it mattered if the children, I don't think the children need to be display block. They all have the same height. Do we need to change like the baseline? Let's see what our options are. Baseline, center, end, self end, sense start. So we might have to, I feel like we might have to, so this SVG is 10 by 10 and this SVG is 10 by 2. How much you want to bet that if we make these display block width 10 pixels, height 10 pixels, and then make these did I take out? I think I did. Yeah. I think that's what we need to do. So I don't think these children need to be display block. But these will make these display block width 10 pixels, height 10 pixels, and then align item center. Yep, that worked. Love that. So let's take out, let's see here. Let's take out the fill. Let's see. I really should avoid putting in this much static content. It always gets in my way. There we go, except it's the wrong color. So we want it to be red. We also need to make those round. Gotcha. And let's give this a background color. This will also be red. And then the color will be white. Whoops. And then we actually want our fill to also be white. This will have a border of 1 pixel, solid. Is it white or red? It's white. And then our fill will also be white. Did I get that right? Almost. Oh, border radius. And it might need a little bit of padding too. Yeah, it just needs a little padding. Does that look right? Almost. Oh, the background, so they're on hover. So the background is also red. Okay, yep, the background's red. And then on hover, it's just inverted. So we'll give it a little bit of padding. Probably just need to This is the part where everybody gets to watch me struggle styling SVGs. So Emilio's asking, what are your thoughts on Copilot and the VS Code integration? Do you think it will help new programmers or hinder them? So if it's working for you and you enjoy using it, you should continue to use it. I think all AI tools are really amazing. I mean, really amazing. So they can, ChatGPT can explain anything, pretty much everything better than any person could ever explain something to me. So yeah, if it's working for you, you should absolutely use it. That is my advice. Oh, more or less is the span. Let's move this up. There we go. Oh, almost. Do 15. Yeah, I mean, let's flex it. Why not? There we go. It's not, I feel like should it be bigger? Yeah, it should be a little bigger. Maybe let's just make these a little smaller. Well, but they were 10 pixels by default. So let's just bump these up instead. Yeah, that looks good. So now let's make sure that we have a hover. I wonder if each of these... Oh, we need to space these out more too. I wonder if it should be 1 button or 2 buttons. I mean, we can do a click event. We are going to have to say decrement. And we are going to have to say increment. Yeah, because we have to have a unique class to go up and down. Is that okay to have them both in the same button? I mean, each thing is going to need its own focus. So do these need to each be their own button? I don't know. It kind of feels like that's how. It kind of feels like that's what it's gonna need to be. What if we just make this a div? See, I'm trying to be more mindful rather than just like bulldozing my way through this HTML and CSS and then treating accessibility like an afterthought. I mean, I'm learning through this whole streaming process that I do that a lot. So I'm trying to be more accessibility minded as I'm working, so I don't do all of this work, realize it's not accessible, and then have to go back and change a bunch of stuff. We're gonna have to change some CSS here, but that's okay because it needs to be accessible. So more or less is now appearance none, border none, background none. See how much damage we did. Why isn't my page refreshing? Hang on here. Yeah, actually our styles look pretty good. We just have to adjust our buttons a little bit here. Let's see here. What did I do? There we go. There was some default margin and padding. Yeah, okay. This makes me happy. So now we know that each of these things are going to get focus. So our JavaScript, when we start writing our JavaScript next weekend, we've got unique classes. So we've got cart button. We should maybe call this add to cart button. We've got more or less decrement, more or less increment, and then we've got a place here to change the quantity. So that's good. And then since each thing is a button element, each of those things should get focus when you're tabbing through. And let's change the, can we change the justify content to space around? I think we're just going to have to change some of our there we go. So this will be space around, and then we'll change the padding here. So it's 0.65 rems all the way around. So let's see how this looks if we take out our active. So we should be able to take that out. Look at that. Let's see here. Did I not change? Why are we not refreshing? I don't understand why live server isn't refreshing. Did I not save that? Yes. cart plus, did I put on the wrong one? Cart button, yes I did. Yes I did. There we go. So now we're still not out all the way to the edge. Space between, there we go. It is space between. So I am going to put just a smudge left on the left and right. Okay, that looks the way I want it to now. Yeah, that looks good. So if we take the active class, let's get the active class off of here so we can actually see the hover. Okay, come on, why aren't you letting me? Where am I missing it? There's one, there's two. Oh, it's collapsed. All right, there we go. So now, yep, that looks right. And then if we come over here, so here's our third button. And if we come down to cart plus minus, and we add active, there we go. Nice. So now the real test is, can we tab through? Let's see here. Can I still put it on? No. Okay, I'll go ahead and put it on. Well, let's just add it. Let's add it here so we don't have to worry about the browser. Okay, so now we refresh. If we tab through, it's not really hitting those buttons, is it? That's not good. I mean, it's hitting the first layer buttons. Go away. So it's getting the button behind. We probably want to actively hide add to cart, because if add to cart is still visible, if we do display none or visibility hidden, so we would want to switch. So here's the cart button. This one's active, which means that these would be not active. So let's write some CSS for that, because the browser and what gets focused when you're tabbing through is, if something is display none or visibility hidden, it won't get focus. So we need to make sure that cart button, cart button. So here's cart button, which would be by default display. Well, by default it would be display flex. Well, if we're controlling it with an active class, we'll say none, and then we'll have cart button active display flex. So here's our first article, and the plus minus is active. Here's our second article, and the plus minus is not active, so this is active. And then same here. Plus minus is not active, so this is active. So now, hopefully this plus and this minus get the focus, and then these two buttons get the focus. Did I do it? Did I do it right? Cart button display none. Cart button active display flex. Let's see here. Here's the button container. So this is display none. Why? Oh, I didn't, oh my God, I didn't change the markup for the, okay, well, it's always good to find out that it's my fault, right? So, okay. So this is a div. This is a div. This is a button. And this is a button. And this is a button. This is a button. This is a div. This is a div. Button. 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 And then, yeah. All right. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Button, 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 button. We did it. We did it. Yay! This makes me so happy. I was thinking about this earlier today. I was like, you better make sure it's accessible. So this is Abdallah. He is from Egypt, and clearly he's a new developer. It looks like his GitHub is as of 2024. So the fact that he's a new developer and that he did the product list with cart, I think is absolutely outstanding. Abdallah, when you see this, good job. I am so, so proud of you for working on this and completing this challenge. Here is his product cart, and it is also responsive. And he has this all populated with dynamic content according to the mockup. So good job. We can hover on add to cart. So let's go ahead and click. And we added waffle with berries. We can increment, we can decrement, and we can confirm order. So cool. When you click outside, we can dismiss. So let's add some macaroons. Let's add some pistachio baklava. And let's add some red velvet cake. Look at that. Such a good job. Such a good job. I mean, so proud of you for doing this, because I have to tell you, I am so nervous about the JavaScript part of doing this challenge. Oh, and that's interesting. For things that are added to cart, there's a red box. Did I not notice that? Let's see here. Okay. Oh yeah, there is. Look at that. there's a red border. I didn't even notice that for things that are added to cart. Yeah, he just did an outstanding job. Totally agree. Totally agree. So my feedback would be just a couple of things. The design, let's pull up the style guide. Here we go. So here's the style guide from Frontend Mentor. A couple things I noticed are the desktop width is 1440 pixels. And I don't think that there's a width set on the container for this. So here's our main. And yeah, it says width 100%. So my first piece of feedback is that there should be a max width of 1440 pixels for the container. And so that's a really easy fix. I see here that he used display grid. That's awesome because I don't have very much experience with grid at all. I tend to use Flexbox, which is just my comfort level. The other thing that my other feedback is related to the images. So let's go over to, so for the images, this is mine. This is my my version, my local copy. You can see here that when the images are moving, the photo remains square and the image is able to move proportionally within the container. So you can see here that it's always square, and even when we get into mobile view and we have that more 3/4 view, not necessarily square, you can see that the images are moving proportionally inside that container. And so my advice here would be, let's go ahead and look at the images, the image container. My advice would be to use the object fit position. In fact, let's see if we can put object fit cover, and then well, let's see if we just do object fit, if that helps. That does help. So can you see now that the images aren't being stretched, but they're able to move proportionally inside their container? So adding object fit cover, as long as your parent container has a width and a height, and your child container also has a width and a height, when you use object fit cover, you can get those images to move proportionally. Without it, you can see that the images are getting stretched a little bit. So that's my other piece of feedback on the images. My final piece of feedback is that so Abdallah used 2 section tags. So we've got body, main, section. I would recommend for the divs using articles or not necessarily a side, but I think my feedback is just MDM article is to spend a little time getting comfy with things like article, figure. I always usually do a figure around images. He was already using section. Just reading up on what the semantic value of some of these things are. Using these types of tags like article, section, aside, figure, those things really help the browser. They help search engine optimization. They help with accessibility. It just helps the browser know what kind of content this is. Divs and spans don't have any semantic value. They can literally be anything, and the only reason you use a div versus a span is that one is block level and one is inline, and you can easily change that depending on what you need. So using articles, asides, sections, mains, figures, that just helps add semantic value to your content. It helps give your content a sense of hierarchy. It's really good for search engine optimization, and it's really good for screen readers and people who are using screen readers to look at your content or read your content. So that's my other piece of feedback. And I think I also noticed that the modal, let's see here. I think the modal should be a dialogue. And I don't know, Abdallah, if you were here when we were working on the, here's the dialogue tag right here. So using the dialogue tag, there's just a lot of things that the dialogue element will natively give you that you would otherwise need a lot of JavaScript for. So one of the things that dialogue does is, just as an example, it does something called focus trapping. So when your dialogue is open, and let's see here. So when your dialogue is open, I'll go ahead and add to cart, and then I'll confirm order to open the dialogue. If I start tabbing, the dialogue doesn't have any focus. It's just moving through the document. Dialogue will trap the focus. So once this is activated and opened, the focus will stay inside this dialogue until you specifically dismiss the dialogue or close it out. So that's one of the benefits of dialogue. I would encourage you to just take a look at that. We also did a series a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Where is my ChatGPT, or where's my GitHub? Where we did a modal window. And that was something that I learned because I got almost all the way through working on a modal window. I got almost all the way through working on a modal window, and I was having a lot of trouble with focus trapping. So here the dialogue is up, and you can see that the close button has automatically gotten focus. So right out of the gate, this is open and this close button has focus. So if I tab, I'm just tabbing through the dialogue now. It goes back up to the address bar, and then once I tab, so everything is trapped inside this element until I close it. So that's one of the benefits of using dialogue to actually build those pop-ups. I went ahead and loaded the main.js in the head. I was just going to do something simple here to write, just to get the JavaScript juices flowing, so to speak. It's not in the mockup, but that's okay. Let's just put in a copyright date. And we'll say const. Equals document get element by ID. Say const year equals new date. Isn't it just get full year? I think so. And then we'll say if date date dot inner HTML equals year. What don't you like? Oh, hang on. There we go. Right there. Okay. Okay, and there's our copyright date. And we'll just add a quick line of CSS. All right, and now we officially have our JavaScript juices flowing. Okay, so let's get this dynamic JSON file in here, which is right here. And guessing that we're going to need to do a promise. Let's see here. Help me write a JavaScript function promise so I can import dynamic JSON data from a local file. Async await. Do I access the data and use it as inner HTML? Okay. So we'll hang on to this. We can get rid of these. And then I'm going to take this. I'm going to take the entire article and I'm just going to copy it over here down at the bottom just so I have it. Oh, stop. And then I think we're going to need to add another div. I kind of want to use the grid wrap, so I'm going to pull desserts out of this. We might have to rewrite a couple of styles for that header, but that's fine because I want to use this grid wrap. I don't want to add any additional markup. So we'll go ahead and put in, well, we can use a class. We don't have to have an ID. Is it better to have an ID? No, we can use a class. All right. All right, so what does it say here? This line loads the JSON asynchronously, then data. Okay, once the data is loaded, it is passed to the callback function where you can access the data properties. Document get element by ID title. This line sets the inner HTML. Got it. Okay, so once we're in the data part, boom. All right, this is exciting. So I'm not going to copy and paste it. I'm actually going to type it because that is just how I learn. So I hope that's not too frustrating. File path is JSON data.json. JSON data.json. Oh, I think I need to put that in single quotes. Oh, duh, that's the callback function, got it. So we'll do try, const response equals await fetch file path. All right. And then we're going to check if the response is okay. If response okay. Throw. If the response is not okay, throw new error. Network response. Network response was not okay. So we are working on this Frontend Mentor project, and we've gotten to the JavaScript part, which of course is the part that I have the most trouble with. So I'm nervous as all get out, but I'm just jumping in. We're just doing it. And I am opting to type everything out today because I just really want to drive home what I'm doing here. It's all about the learning. The backtick. All right, so here is our asynchronous function to load the JSON. We're doing a try catch. The try is the response, which is a fetch. We're checking that if the response is not okay, we throw a new error. Otherwise, the data is await response.json, return data. I'm there, I got it. And then the catch is to throw an error loading JSON. What's the error message? Got it. I understand it. Okay. So now we're going to, I think we actually want to do this in the event listener. So we're going to load JSON. And we're getting, what is this here? JSON/data.json. JSON/data.json. Then data. And it's actually, here's where we can do, all right. First I'm going to do the catch, and then we'll come back up and get this. And this will be console error. All right. So now let's define our stuff here. This makes me think. Oh, and you know, the other thing that we need to do is we actually need to forEach through the data. Yeah, so the data, okay, we can do that. So it's data.forEach. Okay, don't do it for me. forEach. And we'll just say item. And then let's, do I want to stick this whole thing in there? I kind of have to, don't I? You could also add defer before or after source. Okay. Oh, up here. Got it. Thank you. So we need to, I'm trying to think of the best approach for this. I mean, I think we need to stick this whole thing in there and for each through, which I think is fine. I'm going to ask ChatGPT the best approach. Yep. That's what I pay him for, right? Okay. So first, let's thank ChatGPT. So he remembers that I was polite when the machines take over. This is interesting. The canvas is not working today. So maybe ChatGPT just doesn't think that like what I'm doing is canvas appropriate, but this is the first time I've used this option and it hasn't like shifted all of the conversation to the left and then done a canvas. So I guess it's neither here nor there, but okay, the following JavaScript code will loop through each article element. Yep, so I put it inside the event listener. Woohoo. So we're going to define the grid item. If the article element's length is not the product data length, console warn number of articles does not match the number of products. Oh, that's an interesting approach. No, I'm not going to leave all markup on the page. I want to loop through the data and add it to the page. Here's a sample of my data. Please compare this to the markup I just gave you. Got it. You want to dynamically create the markup for each item in your data and add it to the page using JavaScript. This is a very common approach. Okay. Okay, so here's our perfect. Okay, I guess this is what I was thinking. Here's our container. Here's our forEach. We've already got the function for our data. Beautiful. Okay. So our container is called grid wrap. Product data for each, okay. Const article equals document Create element. Okay. Okay, so it's having me create the article and then add it. All right, that's fine. Article, class list, add, grid item, and then article, inner HTML equals. All right. This is exciting. I feel like I actually know what's going on. We'll minify this when we're done. Oh yeah, this makes sense. And then we don't have to define a bunch of stuff. We can just put it in there with the string interpolation. Got it. Okay, so here's our data. So I'm doing image desktop. We'll start with that. Oh, yes. What did I do? Item. And then our alt text is, what were we doing for alt text? I guess the name, so the item name. And then here's our button. Here's our add to cart. Here's our labels. And then here's our title. Or item name, rather. Oh, no, that's the category. Category. And then our price. All right, and then what do we do next? And then container append. Oh, I think I called it something different. Grid wrap. Well, what do we think? No. Let's see. So grid, oh, did I spell something wrong? There's grid wrap. So grid wrap is this div right here where I want the JavaScript to put all of the HTML, all of the data. That's the grid wrap. So I defined grid wrap. Oh, yeah, I spelled it wrong. Thank you. Where are we here? Hang on. And it worked. Look at that. Never gets old. It never gets old when the things I do work. I love it. I love it so much. This is my singular goal for 2025, to get better at JavaScript, to just get better at some of these things. Yeah, God, I love it. Let's just make sure that we don't have any errors in the console. I don't think we do, but let's just keep an eye on that because you never know. Nope, we're good. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our buttons are working correctly. And I already see, let's get back over here. So let's go back. I think we have, where is our button? Here's the cart button. Here's the, we have to take this active class off. So we need to do an event listener. So when you click on, hang on here. Oh, now it's gone all together. Hang on. Where is my button? So this one needs, yes, this one needs an active class. So this is active by default. There it is. And then when you click it, you add the item to the cart, and then it changes the button to the second button that's beneath this one. So that's really the next thing that we need to do. So here's our secondary cart item. So really, I think we do the exact same thing. We do an event listener to listen for a click. Okay, I'm going to take my own advice and write some pseudocode. So let's get this up here. This is the advice that I gave everybody else in my last video. I'm going to take my own advice. Okay, so let's just collapse this so we have a little space. And when I click on the Add to Cart button, I want to add an active class to the second button and remove the active class from the first button. So let's start with that. Let's write the next. Then when I click the Add to Cart button, I want to add the item data to the cart/sidebar. So I'm going to do this first. So I'm going to say, so do I have to do this inside? Do I have to do everything inside of this? Or are these two separate things? Okay, let's tell ChatGPT that this all worked beautifully. Everything is working perfectly. Next, I'm going to add an event listener to add and remove a class on data that is dynamically added to my page? Do I write that event listener in a separate function or as part of the load, what is it called? Load JSON function. Okay, so write an event listener as part of the load JSON if the logic for adding and removing classes is closely tied to the data itself, such as needing specific data properties when the user interacts with an element, it can make sense to include this event listener setup in the load JSON function. This keeps everything related to setting up the data and its interactions in one place, which can help keep your code easier to follow. 2, create a separate function for adding event listeners. Writing the event listener logic is a separate function. As a separate function can make the code modular and easier to maintain. If you have several types of interactions or a lot of dynamically added content, separating concerns can make the code cleaner. This is especially true if the event listener involves more complicated logic. So I feel like I could do this differently, but just load it down. My suggestion, if the interactions are simple, like toggling a class or showing and hiding, you can include them directly in the load JSON function. However, if you think you may need to add more complex logic, or if you want to add event listeners to many different types of elements, separating the event listener logic into its own function can save you time. So I think it probably doesn't matter. I can put it in a separate spot and then just load it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So I'm just going to put it right here, and then I'll just call it inside the DOM content loaded. Yeah. So I'm going to say function toggle button. And well, it doesn't matter where okay, so we'll do, so we'll say, so this is the cart button, and this is the cart plus minus. Const cart button equals and then I'm going to say cart button, add event listener, click. Oh, and I think it has to be, since there are multiple, we have to do a target. Pretty sure I'm right. I actually think that we probably have to loop through these. Yeah. Well, do we? Yeah, we do. So it's actually query selector all. And I think we need to if I'm doing this right. It feels right though. For each, I think, do we have to for each twice? Let's just keep going and seeing what happens. We'll see what happens. If the event target, class list contains if the event target contains active, contains is a Boolean, so it's either true or false. So if it contains active, then button class list remove active. So if it contains active, remove active. Yeah, I think we have to do a second loop because I need to be able to access this cart plus minus. Cart plus minus for each, I'll say plus minus and then we'll say I'm sure ChatGPT is going to have an opinion on this. All right, I see what's going on in your code. The issue here is that you are using nested loops, and for each button click, you are iterating through all elements in cart plus minus. This approach can cause unintended behavior since you're iterating over every plus minus element for each cart button. Okay, this means that every click will potentially add or remove classes from all buttons. Okay. So instead, just iterate over the first button, which is the cart items. Okay, so I didn't need the second loop, basically. Got it. So for each button, and I'm guessing well, we're not really using this. So we don't have to check and see, okay. Solution, move toggle button after content is loaded. Update your DOM content loaded event like this. Where did I put it? Oh, I needed to move it up. Got it. Okay, now we're just have to make sure that we're clearly not adding the other class. Do I have the correct cart plus minus? Let's see what's happening in the console. Shouldn't this be query selector all in order to... No, that's up here. Oh, okay, so for each item query selector, cart plus minus, cart button, add event listener, click. Yeah, it's just not adding. Okay, so it sounds like the cart plus minus element is not being properly identified or updated during the event handling. This can often happen if the reference to cart plus minus is not correctly established in relation to the clicked button. Let's tweak the code to ensure that the cart plus minus is reliably accessed based on the clicked button's parent grid item. Okay. See, I had a feeling that we had to use this event target. So if the event target contains cart button, then the cart button is the event target. Traverse up to the parent grid item. Cart button closest grid item. Find the cart plus minus within this grid item. If grid item okay. The cart plus minus is immediately after the cart button. Okay, got it. So if the target contains cart button, then the cart button is the event target. Cart plus minus is the cart button next element sibling. If cart plus minus and cart plus minus class list contains cart plus minus, okay. Why do we even need to like check for a sibling? Is that because the data is dynamic? That's confusing to me. I'm gonna go with it, and there we go. Interesting. I just need to make sure. I think I need to make sure that these SVGs are pointer event none. Yeah. But yep, okay, this is working now. Good. I think that's what I need to do. Yes, okay. Here's the cart button. Cart button active. Beautiful. Okay. And let's see how this works tabbing. Look at that. Oh. Okay, so I don't exactly understand why we need to use the next sibling. I think it has something to do with the fact that everything is dynamic. So I'm just going to go with it. And you know, maybe I'll revise this over time, right? As I develop a better understanding of my vanilla JavaScript skills, it'll get better. Okay, so what's the next thing we need to do here? Going to, so I don't need this anymore. I'm going to take this and put it up here. Well, the next thing we need to do is when I click the add to cart button, I want to add the item data to the cart sidebar. So I'm wondering if I need to put that. Okay, this is all working. Thank you. Next, when I click add to cart, I need to populate a sidebar / cart with new data / markup. Is that a separate load JSON function or a new one? Okay. For adding data to the sidebar cart when clicking Add to Cart, you have a couple of options. And which one is best depends on how you want to organize and reuse your code. Here's a breakdown of your options. Option 1, extend the existing load.json function. If the sidebar cart needs to use the same product data, images, names, prices as the items displayed on the main page, you can extend your current load.json function to load the JSON, generate the main page content, set up event listeners that also populate the sidebar cart. You'd handle the event listener that listens to the Add to Cart button click, fetch the corresponding product's data from the JSON, and then create new markup for the sidebar cart. Okay. Option 2, create a new function for adding items to the cart. A cleaner and more modular approach would be to create a new function specifically for handling adding items to the cart. This function could accept product data like the name, image, and price as parameters, create the new cart item markup, append the markup to the sidebar cart container. This way, the load.json function is focused only on loading data and generating the main product list. And a new function takes care of cart-specific logic. So I'm liking the sound of option 2 the best. Suggested approach, modular, using a separate function. Creating a separate function to handle adding items to the cart is usually a good idea, especially if you need to maintain and extend the functionality in the future. Here's how you could do it. Update the existing toggle button to also call a new function that handles adding items to the cart. Write a separate function called Add to Cart. So here's our toggle button. And then here's our Add to Cart button. So get data from the grid item, create the new cart item markup, which I already have, so it would be a little different than this, and then append the cart sidebar. Okay, optional, add event listener for removing item from cart, which we do want to do that. We have a button for that. Okay, so toggle button, which is totally separate. When an item is added to the cart, cart button class list add active, the add to cart function is called with the corresponding grid item as the parameter. Did I miss that? Oh yeah, right here. Add item to the cart, const grid item, cart button closest grid item. Add to cart grid item. So the add to cart function, first it extracts data, get the item name, price, and image source from the grid item passed as an argument, create the markup, creates a new div to represent the cart item, and populates it with the extracted data, append a sidebar, appends this newly created cart item to the cart sidebar element, remove from cart, adds an event listener for the remove button to handle removing an item from the cart when clicked. Advantages of this approach: modularity, reusability, extensibility. Okay. Considerations: event delegation for remove buttons. You can use event delegation for better performance, especially if the cart grows or shrinks frequently. Persistence: if you want to persist the cart, even after a page reload, consider saving the cart data in local storage. Yes, we're going to do that. Give this a try, and it should give you a good starting point. So, yes. Okay. So let's go ahead and write this add to cart function. going to we'll grab our markup. So here's a cart item. Here's a cart item. Here's a cart item. I'll take these out. And I'm going to put these go ahead and put it right here. And then cart container. And I think we also have an event listener here. Yes, here's the empty cart, which I think I had with an active. Yes. So we'll need an event listener for this active. Well, honestly, we should just use like a sibling class and skip adding active. I think that's let's see here. Are these siblings? Yes, they are. So we should just use a sibling. So if there's nothing in the cart, then full cart doesn't even exist. So it would be full cart plus empty cart. Yeah, let's skip these active classes. So if let's put empty second. So if full cart exists, it's display block. Full cart, empty cart is by default display none. But if we have if full cart exists, then it's full cart plus empty cart display none. Otherwise, this is display block. Full cart plus empty cart. Then empty cart is display none. And we display none because then it is not read out loud to a screen reader. Nothing in empty cart is read out loud to a screen reader. So full cart is block, empty cart is block. If full cart exists plus sibling selector empty cart, display none the empty cart. So that means that our container for everything for the cart isn't just those items. It's all of this. Because we have to do all of this math anyways. Like the order total and the items in the cart. Yeah, we should move this to in. So we're going to write a little extra CSS to change that. So this should go inside full cart. And then everything here can be dynamic. Yeah. Oh, but we still need to, but there still needs to be, no, we could use side wrap and then we could just prepend instead of append. So here's empty cart. Yes. And then here's full cart. Yeah, that works. Okay. So this is actually going to be, well, it's going to be messy for a minute. So here's full cart, and then let's get our article back into the right spot. Our article goes here. Okay, well, let's just work on if we click add to cart, we get the correct data moved over to the cart. We'll go from there. So when I click the add to cart button, I want to add the item data to the cart sidebar. How are we doing on time? We got about 20 minutes left. Add to cart. Grid item. So const item name equals grid item. Query selector. Tertiary. Hang on. Okay. Am I creating a div? My cart item is, I think I'm creating an article. Okay, and then our cart item. But I need to do more. I need to do more than just. That's okay because I can append to the cart sidebar. I can I just have more markup than this. So I think I just have to. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. We'll figure it out. Inner HTML. So I'm just getting this for now. Actually, I mean, why do I have to do this if I already have the markup? I don't understand. Why do I have to, I'm just going to ask. Why do I have to create an element if I already know what it is? Can't I just use the elements without creating new ones? I don't know how else to ask that question. No, this is what I mean. Instead, I want to just do this. You want to directly use existing HTML in your cart to populate dynamic values without creating new DOM elements each time, essentially replacing the placeholder data within the existing structure. In this case, you can select the existing cart elements and replace their content with the data from the clicked item. This is totally doable and a good approach if you prefer a more direct update of pre-existing DOM items. No. Well, maybe. Okay. No, that's not what I meant. Okay. I'm just gonna do my own thing here for a second and see if I can figure this out. I just don't understand why it's telling me that I have to create. Why do I have to create these two things? Why can't I just... Well, I guess I have to define the cart item, don't I? Okay, I just answered my own question, so. Item name. Item price. And the image source. Where is the image? I don't think there is an image. No, there is no image. Okay. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, now I understand. I have to create the article in order to put the inner HTML into the article. Got it. Just did not quite understand that for a second. Okay. Got it. So now back up here. So now we have to add that item to the cart. And we just need to get our extra markup in there. But let's make sure we can do this first. We're so close. Back up here. So here's our else statement. So this does go inside the else. And this includes the button. Okay, so it's not going to look right, but we should still be able to add it. No. Oh, I probably don't have the correct markup. So the grid, yeah, I don't think I have the correct. So the grid item, cart button, closest grid item. Okay. So we actually have to append it to something, though. Ah, yes. Missed a whole entire part here. Okay. So now we're going to append the cart to the sidebar. Optional, add event listener for removing item from the cart. Yes. I'm actually going to append this to, I'm going to prepend to the side wrap for now. Can we prepend instead? Prepend. Oh, but then it's always going to be first. Maybe then empty cart should be first. But I kind of need empty cart to be, I need empty cart to be last so I can use a sibling selector to hide it when the full cart exists. You know what? It's okay. We can shift those things around. Let's just get this thing actually adding to the cart, and then we can make those adjustments. We'll make those adjustments later. So we'll do append child. append child, cart item. Let's see if this works. So if this works, it should add to cart after this. No. Okay. I'm sure we just have something. Side wrap. So here's the side wrap. Cart sidebar, side wrap, cart sidebar, append child, cart item. I'm sure I just have something. I skipped a step here or something. So this is optional. I'm not worrying about this now. Add to cart, grid item, cart button closest, grid item. Add item to the cart. Closest grid item. So the cart button here's the button container. Here's the cart button. It's looking for the closest So it's looking for the closest grid item, which is the container that it's in. And it's getting those values. I'll take this out. Okay, thank you for sharing the code. I see the specific goal. When you click Add to Cart, you want to add an active class while removing and append a new cart item to the sidebar. Okay, my class toggle is fine. Key changes. Okay, I'm not changing anything with the cart button for now. Make sure you also take care of the dynamic cart elements correctly. It appears the issue might also be related to incorrect class toggling or missing elements within your structure. Here's an updated add to cart function. Get the item details from grid item. create the new cart item markup. Okay. Append the new cart item to the sidebar. What really changed here? All right. I mean, there aren't any errors in the console, which means that, like, I spelled something wrong or I defined something wrong. So that's usually what that means. So we know that our add and remove active class is working. The grid item is the closest grid item. Cart sidebar is the side wrap. If there's a cart sidebar, append the child cart item. So there's something wrong with the order of events happening here. Oh, did I not update? Hang on. There's add to cart. There's toggle button. Used. So the grid item is the cart button with the closest grid item class. Add to cart grid item. But this isn't even console logging if there's a sidebar. That's Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to select something that doesn't exist yet, but wouldn't we get a console error for that? Wrap the whole logic in a DOM content loaded listener or ensure your script runs after the HTML. Here's an improved version. This is what I hate about ChatGPT is every time something doesn't work or I ask it to fix something, it revises everything. It's like, oh, actually, this doesn't work and it should be better anyways. And it's the code that it gave me to begin with. This is incredibly frustrating. The thing that I really don't like about ChatGPT. So, also, I wish it was using the new Canvas feature. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, ChatGPT isn't taking over the world anytime soon. Okay. Oh, code review. Yes. Okay. Right. All right. Consider adding a timeout to the fetch request to prevent it from hanging indefinitely in case of a slow or unresponsive network. Using closest here is good for targeting the correct button. Ensure that EventTarget includes all potential click elements. SVG, otherwise use a more specific click. Okay, I don't care about that because I made those pointer event none. Okay, so directly setting inner HTML can expose the code to XSS attacks. Consider using text content or DOM methods to create and append the child elements securely. If there are multiple cart items, consider adding a unique identifier to ensure the correct item is removed without affecting similar elements. My code is not working. I can add and remove classes, toggle, but I cannot add items to the cart. All right, it looks like the issue might be related to a couple of areas. Element selection or existence. The cart sidebar may not be correctly selected or might not be in the DOM at the right time. It is. The cart sidebar is, it's here. It's in the DOM. Order of execution. The JavaScript to add an item may be executed before the HTML for the cart sidebar is fully loaded or properly referenced. Check if cart sidebar is available. The cart sidebar element might not be available when the add to cart function. So let's just do a console log in a couple different places to figure out where this sidebar is. So here's our toggle. So the add to cart, let's put a console log here. Console log. Well, we want to actually define log the sidebar is available. So ideally, this console log would appear when we are adding or removing a class. So this should say like true or false. So this should say, it should say true, right? No, so it's not the cart sidebar. But why does that matter if it's in the DOM? Document query selector, side wrap. I'm just going to put it up here. Does anything happen when we toggle? Yes, right away. It's available. Okay, good. I want to know if it's available here. Yes, it is. Okay, so we're drilling down. So if there's a cart button, let's check here. So if the cart button exists, which it does because we just clicked it. Okay. So what is this saying? This is saying if the cart plus minus button and the cart plus minus button contains the cart plus minus class, which it does. So if the cart button why do we have to have both of these conditions? Okay. I think we can just check if it exists. I don't think we don't need to do both. So if this button exists, and if the cart button contains active, remove active from the cart button, add active to the cart plus minus button. If this has active, if the class, I think I know what's going on here. I don't need to remove anything. I only need to add the active class. We're not going to remove the active class unless we remove it from the cart. So we don't need to do this else. Yeah, we don't need to do this else. So add active to the button, remove it. Yeah, I think this is the problem. I didn't notice this before. Let's put this back in here. I think this can go. I don't think we need this. No, it would need to be, I think it needs to be here. So if the cart button contains active, which it does by default, then remove active and add active to the button beneath it, which is the plus minus, and add these things. Look at that. Look at that. Right here, big brain. I'm feeling quite good about myself right now for solving this problem. Okay, so we don't need this console log right here. And we did not need that additional else statement because we are going to remove this active class, but not until we remove our item from the cart. We really need to sort out what's happening in the index.html because I really need full cart and empty cart divs to be separate. Yeah. But, or do I? I mean, maybe if I could just prepend instead of append. That's really what I need to do. Maybe if I just prepend. Okay, so we're going to sort that out tomorrow because I feel like things are getting a little wacky with the adding and the removing classes. And I want to avoid doing some of that. If I could have a sibling selector instead, just check to see if something does or doesn't exist, and then hide or show something based on that alone. That feels like a better approach to me. Yeah. Yeah. And then within all of that, we have all of this extra markup. So yeah, I mean, so what here needs to be dynamic? I mean, none of this really needs to be dynamic. This needs to be dynamic, which is the number of items in the cart. And then our items actually go into this cart container. And then the total amount is dynamic. But this carbon neutral is not. This is not. And this button is not. So we just have some decisions to make tomorrow about what needs to be dynamic and what can actually live on the page. So I have to think about that. I have to think about that tonight. So first I continued the conversation that we started yesterday, and I said, I want to continue this conversation today. Here are the requirements for you. You have a specific job. 1, when I add code for you to analyze and review, please do not make suggestions for improvements until I ask for them. Almost all of the code I'm using, you gave me. There's no reason for you to tell me it should be improved. 2, all code should be in the canvas for readability. Do you understand? Understood. I'll follow those instructions closely. When you add code, I'll analyze and respond as needed, and always use the canvas for readability. No suggestions for improvement unless you specifically ask for them. Ready when you are. Beautiful. Then I copied and pasted in the entire main.js. So this file right here that we left off on yesterday. I just copied and pasted the entire thing in. And it did give me some suggestions. So let's move down here. So here's what I copied and pasted in, and we'll get back down to the canvas here in a second. But there was a continuation of this conversation. I want to show you how I was able to work ahead. So I copied and pasted it in, and it said, your code has been added to the canvas. Let me know if there are any specific areas you'd like me to analyze, debug, or modify. And then it did put some notes in the canvas that I could either apply or dismiss. And so I looked at them, but I just sort of disregarded them for the moment. So the first thing I did was I wanted the increment and decrement to change the quantity here. So I wanted to be able to change this quantity by going up or down with the increment or decrement buttons. And we still have additional HTML and CSS to do here, so that's not lost on me. Once we get all of this JavaScript in place and all of the functionality working, we're going to go back and tighten up all of our HTML and CSS. So I'm just not worried about that right now. So that was the first thing that I did. And I specifically said there's a div with class cart plus minus with 2 buttons. One button has a class decrement and one button has a class, this was a typo. I should have said increment. But the code was correct. So between the 2 buttons is a span with a class item quantity. Please help me with this functionality. So it said I've added the functionality for incrementing and decrementing the item quantity. It listens for clicks on the appropriate buttons within each grid item. Let me know if you need any further assistance or additional functionality. So let's go back here, and it updated the add to cart function. So it added right here, it added increment and decrement and an event listener within the add to cart function. So I said thank you, or I said excellent, this works perfectly. And then I said next, div class item price needs to be displayed in dollars and cents. Right now the value from the JSON is a number, not a string with 1 decimal place. So it did this right here. It gave me the 2 fixed with a decimal place of 2. Excellent. I've updated the code to ensure that the item price is displayed with 2 decimal places, effectively formatting it as dollars and cents. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to adjust. I said next, so things started to get a little hairy at this point. We had to go back and forth. The nice thing about the canvas is that it does save versions, so you can go backwards in versions, restore a version, but it doesn't roll back the chat. So I still have the full chat history, even though I can roll the canvas back to a previous version and restore it. And I've had to, it made changes to markup, and it made mistakes with syntax and like brackets and parentheses and things like that. And it just couldn't seem to fix it. So rolling it back a couple of times actually worked really well. So I said next, the add to cart function must reflect a price change when the quantity goes up or down. This number value should also be in dollars and cents or 2 decimal places. And so this is where we had to go back and forth a couple of times. I've updated add to cart function and set up cart plus minus to reflect changes in price when the quantity is increased or decreased. Each item's total price will now be correctly displayed with 2 decimal places based on the quantity. Let me know if this works for you or if you need further adjustments. And I was like, yeah, can you please double check your work? You mistakenly changed the markup. And I tried to fix the markup. Like I saw it change the markup in real time as it was going through the canvas. And I was like, well, that's wrong, but I see what it did and I tried to fix it. And there was something else wrong that I didn't see. So this is the other thing that I've noticed about the canvas is that it doesn't actually tell you what lines are changed or added. So it doesn't, it's like sometimes there's highlighting in the canvas with like the note or the suggestion, but if something in the canvas changes, I don't see what lines are changed, and I don't want to just copy and paste the entire document. I want to see what lines are changed. And so it kept telling me I've reviewed and corrected the latest changes to ensure the markup stays intact. The functionality for updating the item total when incrementing or decrementing the quantity is now properly integrated while keeping the markup consistent with the intended structure. Let me know if this works better, blah, blah, blah. And this is the first time I restored. I said, I restored the previous version. Please do this again. Do not change my markup in the add to cart function. You added markup last time instead of modifying the markup. And then I basically I pasted in the previous thing that I wanted it to do, which is a restatement of next, the add to cart function must reflect the price. And it did it again. It was like, okay, I've updated the code so that the add to cart function now updates the price dynamically. And I said, please check your work. There's something wrong with the brackets. And this is where I actually did copy and paste the entire document back into main.js, because again, when it updates the canvas, I can't see what lines specifically are being updated. So I'm like forced to copy and paste the entire document in because it's getting so much more complex. And the brackets were off. I couldn't fix it because I couldn't see what was what. I've updated the add to cart and setup functions to ensure, and I was like, no, it's wrong. The brackets and syntax are wrong. Check your work again. And it just couldn't do it. This is the first time I've seen failed to edit, which to me is wild. How is this little main.js file so complicated that ChatGPT can't handle this? Does this make sense? If you're worried about ChatGPT taking over your job as a developer, you have nothing to worry about at this point. It's not happening anytime soon. Okay, I attempted to update the add to cart function to ensure that the price is updated correctly when the quantity changes, and I also made modifications to the setup cart plus minus function to ensure proper quantity handling. However, the update for setup cart plus minus was equivalent to the current content, leading to a failure in the update. If you have any additional changes, blah, blah, blah. I said, you seem to be struggling. I've restored a previous version, so this is my second time restoring a previous version. Please try this again. I need the price in the add to cart function to change when I increment or decrement the item quantity. Tell me, this was the key right here also. Tell me exactly which lines of code have been added or changed. So let me go back to the canvas now. Well, here, let's finish reading this, but this is the canvas. This is when it finally got it right. I've updated the add to cart function to include logic that updates the item price when the quantity changes, incremented or decremented. Here are the specific lines that were added or changed. So it couldn't tell me the line number, which I think is disappointing because the canvas has line numbers. So I don't know why it couldn't tell me the line number. I think it should be able to do that. But it at least pointed me in the right direction. So line modified in add to cart added a current quantity variable to track the number of items. So that is right here. So we're basically initializing this number variable. Updated cart item markup. Updated the quantity span to use current quantity. Added increment and decrement logic. Added event listeners to increment button and decrement button to update current quantity and the item total. And that is down here. So here's the item quantity span right here. And then here's the event listeners so that when we go up or down, we change the quantity and we change the price in the cart. Without further ado, let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. We can now add things to the cart and change the quantity. And we don't go below 0, so I love that. So we have more to do though. And you know, I realize that we need to, there's a lot of markup, HTML, CSS to do. I don't care about any of those things right now. The only thing I care about is making sure that we have this functionality figured out. And we'll go back and fix all that other stuff. So I'm very happy with this. And now we can dismiss these things. The next thing that I would like to do is if we dismiss something, we need to remove this active class and reactivate the original button. And then that would also mean that we have to reset this counter. So that, I think that's the first thing that we need to do. Am I going to attempt to do some of this on my own? See, I feel like I have enough code here now that I should be doing a much better job attempting to figure some of these things out and not leaning on ChatGPT. Okay, so let's write a little bit of pseudocode to figure out what the next thing is going to be. Well, where is our remove? Here's the remove right here. So when we remove, we are removing the child. What else are we going to do? We are going to we need to really change this, don't we? And these are in two different functions. So I feel like, and since add to cart is here, I feel like we could, I have to think about this. So when we remove a button, we want to, if the cart list contains, we kind of do have to put an else in here, except that I'm not sure what to do. I have to think about this for a second. Add functionality to remove the item from the cart. See, I want to do it here, but the add to cart gets called inside the if statement, so I don't know if that will have an impact. I want to put an else statement here that if that button is clicked, it removes the item. So I can already delete from the cart, so I can remove here by clicking that. But once I remove this, I also need it to add the active class, and I think I can do that right here because we have access to the grid item inside this function. So the grid item is this const grid item cart button closest grid item. Which we should already have access to here. Where's grid item inside this function? Oh yeah, it's right here. Well, it's right here. Okay. So I'm just gonna say cart button equals query selector, and it's cart button and cart plus minus. Cart button. So when we remove the button, we're removing this thing, and then we're saying if cart button class list. Oh, but we have to loop through all of them and find the one that matches, don't we? Yeah, because we have to match them up. I think, Abdallah, didn't you put like an attribute on yours? I remember seeing that in your markup. That's probably, I'm guessing that's how you match them up, is you match the attributes. Am I right? Which would make sense. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so that would actually save a ton of hassle, wouldn't it, to just match up a data attribute. Okay, let's just ask about it. Set attribute. Okay, let's see what the advice is. When I remove an item from the cart, I want to reset the item quantity on the grid item and add an active class to the cart button and remove the active class from the plus minus cart div. What's the best way to achieve this? Should I set a data attribute to match the grid item to the cart item? Failed to edit. Okay, let's see what it says here. Add logic to reset grid item quantity and toggle the button classes. When an item is removed from the cart, the corresponding grid item should reset its quantity and button states. This involves adding back the class, the active class, to the add to cart button, removing the active class from the plus minus div, resetting the item quantity to 1. Add a data attribute to identify grid items. Added a data item name attribute to each grid item so that we can easily match it with the items in the cart. However, the update failed due to an issue with the regular expression pattern. It seems the original text wasn't properly matched. If you can guide me to the exact section in the document where you'd like these changes, I can try to assist further. Okay, so I think that the attribute needs to go onto this, the grid item. So starting on, well, hang on, I think this I actually can do. Where we go? So class list add, we also want to do, how do you add an attribute? MDN set attribute. All right here. Oh, stop. So we want to do the name. I'll do data label. And then the name should be, actually, in backticks, I'm just going to say the item name. And then, yeah, that should just put an attribute. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So that should put an attribute beautiful. Data label. This is what we need, is we need this data label because we need to be able to match the items in the cart with something in the grid to know that when we dismiss this thing, we know exactly which button we need to dismiss. So let's get this data label now on the cart items as well. So if we go look at this, you can see here that these articles don't have that data label. So we're going to do the same thing here. And that is right up here. Oh, why does that say $1? I think that's a mistake. There we go. All right, so we're literally going to do the same thing right here. Except it's going to be cart item. Oops. What do we do here? Whoop. Well. Oh. Put it after. Let's see here. This is the wrong thing. We want the name. Oh, and our name is missing also, isn't it? Oh, we're missing a few things here. Let's see here. Okay. Didn't even notice that. So we're missing a div here. Yeah, we are. All right, I didn't even notice that. Let's go back up to the top here. So we're missing our item name. We're missing this. So here's our item name. So this is what we want here. Oh, we just can. I thought the cart looked a little bare. There we go. That works. Now let's make sure that this has its attribute. There we go. So now we need to just match up those data labels. Okay. So I still think that we do this here. So we want to say, well, we have to define the data labels. So I'm just going to say data label equals. Okay, so our data label would be the cart item. Well, so hang on, we want the, I'm just going to say data grid item, which would be grid item. Oh, wait a second. How do I get the... How do I define the... It's get attribute, right? get attribute. Div get attribute right here. Okay, so we're gonna get the attribute, and it's the, which is just the item name, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get grid item. Oh no, it's what am I doing? Yeah, get attribute. Get attribute, and we're getting the, it's the grid item get attribute, which is the, well, I guess they're both the item name, right? Yeah. They're both the item name. And then we want the const data cart. Cart item is cart item get attribute, which would also be the item name. So if the data grid item equals the cart, the data cart item, then cart button class list remove active, cart plus minus, no, this is add active class list remove active. I'll put this first. Wow, wouldn't it be amazing if this actually worked? Let's see. Yeah, I knew that was too good to be true. Oh, I spelled this wrong. No way. Okay, well, we have to reset the item quantity, but no way. What the frick? Get out of town. Now we just need to make sure that we're resetting our quantity when we remove these things. So that shouldn't be that hard. That shouldn't be that hard. We should be able to reset our quantity. Where is our quantity here? So the quantity is, well, it's not this quantity. It's this. It's this, wait a second. No, it's not that quantity. It's, where are you? Why can't I find you? It's right here. It's the item quantity. So I think we just have to say item quantity equals 1. I think that's all we have to do. So let's make sure that, yeah, so no, we're going to say let item, oh, do we already have item quantity span in here someplace? Yeah, right here. So this should probably be let And then we can say so, okay, hang on, I have to think about this. So the item quantity scan is the actual selector. And this is the cart item. So yeah, it's the wrong thing. Okay. So I'm going to say const grid item quantity equals is the cart item query selector item quantity and then we're gonna hang on. It's the value, it's the inner HTML. So it would be inner HTML equals 1, right? We just reset it back to 1. How did we reset this? Whoop. Let's look at how that got reset. Oh, well, when we remove it, remove child, current quantity, how do I reset that? Oop. Oh, I think that this probably should not just be a 1. This probably should be, yeah, this should probably be an actual value, not just a hard-coded 1. So let's do, we'll say item quantity. Yeah, I think item quantity, category name, price. So I'm going to say let item quantity equal 1. Where is it? I can't see it. Right here. And then I think we can just get okay, well, let's pretty sure that's going to work. Okay. if increment button, item quantity span, quantity plus 1. Okay, I understand this. Did I put this here? Yes. So here's all the stuff for the cart. Here's the stuff for the, oh wait, cart grid item right here. Grid, it's the grid item. Not the cart. Yay, we did it. See, I knew that should have worked. Look at us. Wow, this is exciting. Look at that, all reset. All right. My quantity is still working? Yep. Okay, so now let's pull up our, I know there's stuff missing here from the cart, like the quantity of items and then like the total price. So we got a little more to do here. So let's pull up our mock-ups, the design specs, so we can actually, so I can remember what it is that we're supposed to do here. So we need our cart total and we need our order total. So we have a little math to do. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so I definitely have markup here. So this is where I was kind of struggling yesterday with where do I finish putting this stuff? And I was thinking about it last night. Where do I put this? Do I put it back in the HTML, which is what I want to do, but I wanted to have full cart not be added unless the cart is added. So can I like nest inner HTMLs? Can I do like one inner HTML and then nest another inner HTML? I think it would be better to just put this back into, I think it would be better to just put this back into our markup. And I'll deal with the full cart versus empty cart later. Yeah, I'm just gonna deal with that. Those are CSS issues that I just don't care about right now. So here's the cart container. So let's change it to make sure that When we add to cart, we're adding to the cart container because right now we're adding to the side wrap. So, where is that? It's a grid item. Okay, where are you? Side wrap. Right here. Cart sidebar. So, cart container. We're going to change this class. All right. Okay, good. So now we're just going to do some math. Well, first we're going to add up all of our items, and then we'll do an inner HTML to access this right here. So I'm going to take this out. And let's put something a little semantic on here. Let's see, we'll do secondary header. I'm going to add a second class called your cart number items. So I have a second class here called your cart number items. We'll take that out. And okay, we want to total everything up. So we're probably going to want to total up these numbers. Yeah. Add functionality for increment and decrement. So where's the math for the actual cart? So here's the actual plus minuses here, the control, the buttons on each individual item. And then here's the plus minuses here. So, okay, I have to think about this for a second. I feel like we literally just need to count. Or we could just get, because the number is reflected up here, so I feel like we would just total up the current quantity. We would just get whatever these are and total them up. But do we get them? Do we get them from up there? Or do we count, like, do we literally just count the clicks here? Okay. I'm going to ask for help on this one because I think that counting the clicks here seems like the better approach. So let's go back down to the canvas. How do I count the total number of items in the cart? Current quantity X item price. Let's see, to count the total number of items in the cart, you can add a function that calculates the sum based on the cart's current contents. This could be updated each time an item is added or removed. Below is how you could modify the code to achieve this. Create a function to update the total item count. Call this function whenever an item is added or removed from the cart. I'll add these changes to the canvas below. I made 3 edits. I've added a function called update cart item count that calculates the total of number of items in the cart. This function is called whenever there is an item added or removed. You should also add an element with the class cart count. Okay, I'll change my class in your HTML to display the updated count. So I'll change this. So let's see, where is... Did I miss it? Oh, here it is. Update cart item count. And then cart count. So this is having me this is having me get, so Monique, I think you're on the right track. This is telling me to literally just like get the length. So it must be treating cart items like an array if it can get the length, right? Because length is a property of an array. Am I right about that? I think so. So I think this is checking to see if there's a count. It's creating, so we have cart count. Let's see here. I'll put cart count as the class on this H2. No, it's up here. No, it's in my HTML. Right here. And then, so we've got the element for the cart count. We've got the cart items. Yes. Okay. So query selector all. It's getting all of the cart items in the cart and it's building an array. Oh, this is actually, though, this is not correct because it's only going to total up the number of things in the cart. It's not actually going to count the quantity. So you're right. We still need to multiply the quantity, not just get the number of items in the cart. So that, good thinking, Monique, you're right. Okay. Okay. This only gets the number of items in the cart array. I need to, oh, but we could probably just get the cart item, yeah, times the number. Yeah, this is, I'm gonna put this in, but I know this is only gonna literally count the number of items, not the full quantity of items. So I think I know what we need to do here. So this is only going to count. Oh, it's not even showing up. Oh, I didn't do the inner HTML. That's why. Did I miss that someplace? You should also add an element with the class in your to display the. Oh, that's it right there. Why isn't it updating? It should be updating right here. Okay, so we do have our cart count. defined if cart count element, cart count inner text, cart items length. I feel like, oh, we have to initialize this someplace probably. Yeah, this is not actually being called anywhere, is it? So why would they even put this here? Okay. I'm going to take this and just put it right here. And then take this and I'll put it right here. And this should actually be, even though I know it's wrong, I'm going to do your cart Oh yeah, it still doesn't work though, does it? Does this need to be, I wonder if this needs to go after. Yeah, it needs to go after, probably. Okay, still doesn't work. Let's delete that. Is there something else here that I missed? I don't think so. Okay, well, let's just let it know that it's wrong. So okay, so what we really need to do is, I mean, I think this needs to be inside of this add to cart function, because I think adding this up has to all happen at the same time. So I think having an array where you count the length is pointless anyways, so I'm not going to try to get that working. Order total is here's item total. Well, it's back here. So it's right here. I don't have this yet. I mean, I feel like once the cart count is working, then whatever I do for the cart count, I can do for the total amount. So I think that I can do this const total cart items equals document query selector. I mean, that just feels pointless though. I don't care about the length. I know here's my quantity, but maybe I do need the length so I can for each through an array and then get the current quantity. Const cart item Do I already have this? Nope. Document, query, selector, all, cart item. Okay, so now I have my array, and for each item, item equals item equals nope, it's quantity equals item query selector quantity and then I'll say if quantity, well, it does exist, if quantity is greater than or equal to 1, then current quantity, well, we have access to this, right? Current quantity times current quantity. I don't know what I'm doing. Let item quantity equal current quantity times quantity. And then we're probably going to need to do like let total cart quantity equal 1 or 0. 1. I usually do 1. Well, it would be 0 though, because an empty cart doesn't have anything. And then so I have my cart array. I'm going through each item. I'm getting the quantity, the current quantity, and multiplying it by getting the current quantity and multiplying it by the actual quantity. Am I just I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's right. Let's console log this and see if anything happens. Console log item quantity. And I'll comment this out for now. Yeah. Let the current quantity equal 1, but then we're incrementing and decrementing, so that value is changing down here. So the current quantity plus plus, current quantity minus minus to go up or down. Item quantity span, inner text, current quantity. So I think okay. We're close. We're very close. We're really close. And whatever this is, it's going to be almost identical to do the total. It's going to be almost identical to do the total. So let me no, this isn't right. I need to count the total quantity of items as I increment and decrement, not just the length of the array. Okay, so to count the total quantity of items in the cart, you need to modify the update cart item count function to iterate through all items and sum their quantities rather than just counting the number of items in the cart. Okay, so it updated this function. Okay, so function update cart item count, cart items, query selector all, okay. Here's the element where it's displayed. Initialize total quantity to 0. forEach through item query selector quantity inner. This is what I didn't do right here, inner text. And then the quantity parse int quantity text. Total quantity plus equals quantity. If the cart count element inner text total quantity. Okay, this makes sense. I think there's a do you see here there's a syntax problem? It made a mistake with the syntax here. So, because this is supposed to end way down here. All right. That's fine. So, okay, so I'm just going to copy this. And then update cart item count. I mean, they haven't initialized this anywhere. This is the other thing I don't understand. Oh, right here. So that makes no sense. They haven't, I mean, they put this in here, but you still have to initialize this to get it to run. Okay. But I think this can be inside. I think this can be where we have this over here. I think that what I did is actually pretty close. So cart items, query selector all. Here's the cart count. Okay. We don't need to have this twice. Just want to make sure I don't already have these in here someplace else. I don't think I do. Nope, I don't, because we created it here and then we're using it down here. All right, well, let's see if it works. Oh, I forgot to put that in. Oh, hang on. Forgot to take it out. We don't need this. Yeah, it's still not. I think our math is just off. Maybe I do need to put it in. Okay, I'll put this in a separate function. Maybe it does need to be in a separate function. I don't know if that's the problem, but it's like one behind. And it doesn't reset itself. But also, should it be after this? Well, it was. I mean, it was after that, wasn't it? Yeah, this isn't. I mean, the other one was at least working. I feel like it has to be part of the actual function where you're incrementing and decrementing. Let's see here. So I'm gonna go back to what I had. I mean, the reason I want to have it here is because it comes right after these event listeners where we're actually going up and down. It comes after where the cart already exists. So it should be, doesn't it make sense to have it as part of, I mean, the way you add your quantity is through this function, this event listener. So doesn't it make sense that it would be part of this? Because it doesn't work at all. Even when we were counting the length, it didn't work. Having it be a separate function that you call at the end of the load JSON function. It didn't work there at all. This at least works. It's just off by one. So I feel like so we know the starting total quantity. I wonder if this needs to be before. I wonder if this needs to be before these event listeners. Does that make a difference? Ooh. No, it's the same. It's still, it doesn't add the quantity until, so here we should have, okay, so here we have 7. But it doesn't, so we've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it adds 1 when you click the button. Okay, so it does add it, right? It only adds one when you click the button though. It's not actually adding when you, it's saving, it's getting the value and adding it after the fact. So here we add 1, but it's not listening. It's not listening to do the actual count. Okay. So we at least know what's happening there. So yeah, that makes sense because there is no event listener to actually check and see if we're going up or down. So, and these are the event listeners right here. So we need to, did ChatGPT at any point give us an event listener to do that? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. I mean, I kind of feel like, all right, I mean, maybe, did it put up, if we do this function like this, and then, yeah, oh, okay, right here. Oh, I'm a moron. This is, okay. I guess I just didn't see it there. So, okay, so this does need to be its own function, and then we add that function to these event listeners. So I'm going to do that here. We get there eventually. We get there eventually. Sorry about that. If you were screaming at your computer, my apologies. Okay, we at least need to start with 0 though, don't we? Okay, so this is also, I think this also has to be down here, so we at least start with 0. Yeah, there we go. No, why? Oh, start with, maybe we start with 1? Maybe we need to start with 1. So on, no, it would be 0. So it should automatically, okay, yes, 0. But the so on click, it should be +1, right? Why isn't it +1ing? I mean, does this really need to be inside? Yeah, that doesn't matter. In fact, did I miss something else? Oh, it's calling it up here. What is going on here? So it called it up here. That's probably why. beneath the, where else did it put it? So it put it here in the remove. It put it here in these two event listeners. This is the function. Okay. So we've got it there, and we've got it here. So we update when we remove it. Yeah, it still needs to be zero. Yeah, I know. See, I don't think it should be inside of here. It was working, right? It was working, so when you added one, it automatically added the first one. So I'm gonna put this here. I honestly think this just needs to be on its own. I think this just has to be on its own inside of this function period. Like, so in all of the event listeners, but just loaded on its own, period. There we go. Yeah. See, we get there eventually, right? And then when we remove, yes, we did it. Yay. Yeah, and it added the first one before because I had the, where is it here? I didn't have this as a function. I just had all of this logic inside the add to cart function. So we have to load update cart item count just on its own without any event listeners, and then we need it to run again for each of the three event listeners: the remove, the increment, and the decrement. Yeah, so I don't think I need to have this down here. I don't think I need to have this down here. So ChatGPT put it as part of the DOM content loaded, but as long as this is on its own and we put it in the four places it needs to be, it's fine. Oh, or is it? Yeah, there we go. Or maybe it does. We probably do have to do it also because because add to cart doesn't run until, okay, that's fair. So that's fair. So we do need to have it down here. And that's so it actually loads, yeah, it actually loads on page load. So now let's get what's the thing? Your cart. So now we need to, here's the inner text right here. So we'll say your cart. There we go. Look at that. Excellent. We did it. We did it. Okay. Okay, so we basically need to do the same exact thing for the total, and I think we should be able to do the same thing here. So let's get a query selector for the total. So here's cart count, and then here's total amount. Total amount. Const cart total amount equals document query selector total amount, and then we're going to do let total amount equals 0, and then we have to remember that we're doing well, let's go ahead and get const. We'll say total amount text is equal to the item query selector hang on quantity, where is it here? Quantity item total. And then we'll say total equals, and we actually want to do not parse int, but we want to do so this would be maybe it is parse int. No. Yes. Yes, it is. Because it's a inner text is being treated like a string. Okay, got it. Is it? I mean, quantity is being treated like a string, but the inner text here is item price 2 fixed, decimal place of 2. Is that being treated like a string? Do I treat that like a string? And then parse int 2 fixed 2? I don't know. Well, let's try it and see what happens. So close. Okay. So it's already technically that. So let's just try it without anything. Okay, we're close. We're close. I feel like, hang on. I do feel like we need to treat this as a number. In order to get it to do the math, because right now it's just like chaining them together. Yeah. Okay, so I'm comfortable asking for help with this. Now I'm trying to get the total cost. Here is my function for what does it say here? It seems like the issue is with the total amount calculation. Currently, you are using parse int on the total amount text, which may not handle decimal values properly. It would convert $5.50 to 5. Instead, you should use parse float, yes, to properly handle prices that include cents. Got it. I should have known that. I should have known better. Okay, hang on. That didn't work. Maybe I should read everything here first. Okay, so inner, oh yeah, and it did a replace too. Got it. Okay. So it took out the $sign and replaced it with just nothing. Then it did a parse float, and then it redid the decimal places. Wow. You guys, I think we're onto something here. I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like the hard part might be over. Yeah. Look at that. Changes everything back. Look at that. So we've got 4 plus 9 is 13. Look at that. We did it. We did it. Let's come through here. So here I am. I'm going to enter. Then I'll tab again. I'll enter, but nothing really happens. And then I'll enter here. Okay, and then I'll go back. So that's good. And then I can enter all the way through the document, and then I get to the cart and I can enter and enter to close. So we are able to tab through and those buttons are accessible. So we did that last week. We made sure that we were set up last week to tab through appropriately. I do kind of want to adjust my grid a little bit. Like, let's put a couple things in here. And I do have this magnified. So let's go back to 100%. Oh, maybe it is okay. The cart feels a little squishy. Oh, maybe it's all right. Maybe I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, I guess that's okay. What's our iPad view? What does our iPad view look like? iPad Air. Yeah, that looks okay. I'm guessing an iPad mini. It would be dropped down to the bottom. Yeah, maybe we don't need to worry about that. All right, I won't worry about that. So last week, I know that I was like, oh, I'm going to not have this empty sidebar rely on an event listener, and I'm going to make it so we've got this side here it is. We've got full cart and we've got empty cart. And I was thinking that the full cart markup would all be handled by JavaScript, and that's not what happened. We actually ended up keeping quite a bit of this as a static part of the DOM, and we filled in the order amount. This is the cart container where that actual list array of items goes, and then here's the cart count, and these things are being filled in with JavaScript, but this SVG, these other things live in the DOM, and that is, I'm absolutely happy with it being like this. I was just trying last week to reduce the number of event listeners, but I have my head wrapped around that a little bit more. So this is my extremely long-winded way of saying that my CSS for full cart and sibling selector empty cart isn't going to work anymore, which is totally fine. We're going to go ahead and put an event listener on empty cart. Let me think about this here. So empty cart would be, so here's the thing. So it would be full cart plus empty cart dot active. I mean, I would be fine with that. So, well, wait a second here, but how do I know what full cart is? I mean, I guess I could check to see if cart contain, yeah, but you can't really go backwards. So we might have to do active full cart, active empty cart. And I think that's fine. So let's see if we can get that figured out. So first I'm going to, let me remove the sibling selector that I did last week. Full cart, empty cart right here. This is what I did. So I'm just going to take this out. You don't like that. I'll do this. So let's go ahead and do that. And there it is. Okay. And then in our JavaScript, so here's our add to cart. Here's our toggle button. So I think that if we're toggling an item, then we want to full cart. Do I have full cart defined here someplace? I don't think so. Cart button, cart plus minus, grid wrap, Grid wrap is the grid, so I might have to put it here on the grid item. Oh, does it matter? It kind of does. Well, the grid item, cart container, cart sidebar. I mean, I think I can define anything I want up here. Yeah. Yes. So Monique is saying, can you explain full cart and empty cart again? I think I missed something. Okay. So let me, let's see here. So here is the empty cart, is a different view. Oh, and I just noticed it also has this as well. It does have this header. So if the cart is empty, we have this SVG and it says your added items will appear here. And then as soon as something gets added, it changes to this. So the header remains the same, but we have this, I think I called this cart container, which this is basically our array of items, our order total. This is a carbon neutral delivery, and then a button. And then when you click the button, that's when you get this modal dialog. So I have these in two separate containers, empty cart and full cart. Maybe, you know what though, but maybe I just need to simplify my markup. Maybe I just need to simplify my markup, and maybe I mean, so here's the cart container. See, the reason I did it this way is because I thought the full cart would just be so much easier to hide because it has all this extra stuff. This header needs to be outside of full cart though, because I just noticed that that is there no matter what. So that goes there. I just thought that it would be easier to hide this markup if there wasn't anything inside the cart container. So I was going to do an event listener for active full cart, active empty cart. So can I avoid having to do an event listener on active cart, empty cart, excuse me? So if there's, okay, so let's say hypothetically that we do an event listener that is only active here when there are items inside the cart container. Or I wonder if we could just do, see, it makes me think that all I have to do is check and see if there's anything inside the cart container. So if it's like full cart, but see, it doesn't, CSS only works one way. So I can't check for a grandchild or child element and then style the parent element based on the, well, can I? I mean, if it exists, yeah, no, you don't style a parent element based on whether a child element exists. That's the problem. So I can check to see if there's an item, but it's not going to have any impact on whether or not the parent or the grandparent can be styled. That's why when you have a sibling selector, you're only styling the sibling, the second thing, not the original thing. So that's why when we toggle, I want to add an active class to full cart. And then if we have full cart.active plus empty cart, then this would work. This would work. Full cart.active plus empty cart. This would work. This would all work, just like this. And then if it was full cart display, this would be full cart display none, full cart active display block. So full cart by default is display none because on page load you have an empty cart. But if the cart is active, then full cart is display block. Empty cart by default is display block because on page load you have an empty cart. If the cart is full and active, plus you have the empty cart is display none. So this logic makes sense to me. So let's add this as a note. So full cart is hidden on page load because the cart is empty. So might be worth researching has and is. They're really powerful. Learned about them in the last couple of weeks. Okay. Oh yeah. And you know what else that's making me think of? Focus within. It's a little different. It's a little different, right? Focus within. But it's in the same family. Okay. Let me make these, I'm going to make these notes really quick and then let's head over to MDN and look at those. Okay, good. And Monique is saying that it's clear now. It can be muddy sometimes. It can be a little muddy sometimes. Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay. Full cart. Okay. So full cart is hidden on page load because the cart is empty. Full cart is displayed when the cart is active and has items. Empty cart is displayed on page load because the cart is empty. When the cart is full and active, the empty cart is not displayed. Okay. Let's see here. MDN CSS has. Okay, here we go. Okay. The functional has CSS pseudo class represents an element if any of the relative selectors that are passed as an argument match at least one element when anchored against this element. This pseudo class presents a way of selecting a parent element or a previous sibling element with respect to a reference element by taking a relative selector list as an argument. Reads a little like stereo instructions, but we've got examples. So, selects an H1 heading with a paragraph element that immediately follows the H1 and applies the style to H1. Whoa. So H1 has a sibling paragraph. So how deep can you get with a has? Okay, the has pseudo class takes on the specificity of the most specific selector in its arguments the same way as is and not do. If the has pseudo class itself is not supported in the browser, the entire selector, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the has pseudo class cannot be nested within another has. Totally fair. This is because many pseudo elements exist conditionally based on the styling. Okay. Pseudo elements are also not valid selectors within has. Okay, so no like before or after. I can handle that. With the sibling combinator, the has style declaration in the following example adjusts the spacing after the H1 headings if they are immediately followed by an H2 heading. Okay, so let's so they're using children, or they're using siblings They're using siblings as examples. So let's just use good old-fashioned, I think in my case it would be a grandchild. It would be a grandchild. So full cart has cart container, and then what's the markup for cart? What is it here? Cart item. Oh, here it's article. Well, article, cart item, class list. Yeah, cart item. So it would be full cart has what do we say here? Cart container, cart item has container, only needs to be one, and then it would be the same here. Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be cool if that worked? Thank you for telling me about that. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. Oh my gosh, we did it. You guys. We make such a good team. Look at that. I love it. We did it. No JavaScript required. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, this is why I do this. I love this. Look at that. So simple, so elegant. Yes, Monique, it is awesome. Nano Akia, thank you so much. You guys are the best. I love you so much. You have no idea. Okay, so we are going to do the same thing because we need to add a border, and I think that this is going to work pretty much exactly the same way, because this button is going to get, why does that button say active? Oh, it's duh, Angela, it's active because it's the button that's showing. Okay, so this is the button right here, cart plus minus. When this button is active, then we need our article, well, we need our figure to have a border. So that's actually a sibling selector. We can, well, no, because again, it's going to be it's going to be image container has sibling selector cart plus minus active, and then we can give this a border. We're going to have to add a little CSS to this. We don't want to put a border on here on click. It's going to make everything kind of jumpy. So we're going to go ahead and put a border, a transparent border on things. So when our CSS triggers the actual red border, that will be in effect. And then we also need to make sure that our plus and minus buttons have a hover state and the proper pointer. Because right now, this button, well, this right here has a pointer, and we only want, yeah, so we should take this off of here to make sure. And then, so we want the pointer off of this div, but we want to make sure there is a pointer on these SVG buttons right here. What did we say? Use a box shadow with a 0 blur, which would not affect layout. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to put that on the figure image container. Let's see, probably think it's up here. So we'll go ahead and do box shadow, and hang on, it's XY, hang on, I have to remember, it's XY spread blur. Is that what it is? I think it's XY spread and then blur. or blur and then spread? Hang on. Blur and then spread. And you said 0 blur. So we would do, so I think we would do 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 0, 2 pixels, and then red. So we'll do 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 0, 2 pixels, and then we'll do red. Okay, so we need it, let's see here. Okay, so I realize that this is not quite right, so we're gonna tinker with this. So I probably need to do X, Y, like negative, hang on. 0, 0, 0, 2 pixels. Oh yeah, got it, because we don't need an offset. I would have gotten there eventually. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so, and we actually want this to be transparent. I would have gotten there eventually. It's like coding with your friends. I love it. Okay, so now we need to do image container has, so we have image container plus, I'm just going to take this whole thing when this is active. Yeah, I'm loving this has. Let's go take a peek. Oh, let's see here. Okay, image container. Oh, I didn't put in the plus. We need the sibling selector. We should go look at is on MDN just for the heck of it. Okay, wait a second here. Image container has cart plus minus. Did I spell something wrong? Where is... So when H1 has image container has, is there, seems like it's okay to have a space there. Cart plus minus active. Is this like two? Does it not like this selector? Oh, it's not really a sibling. Hang on, we need to do like probably this. Yeah, so it's like anything. All right, look at that. We just need to make sure now that it's got the rounded corners. Oh yeah. So we need to make sure then that our rounded corners are actually on this figure, not on the image. So where's our border radius? I'll actually take that and put that here. And we're gonna have to say like overflow hidden, I think. There we go. Nice, yeah, then we don't have to monkey with our layout. Because adding borders, I mean, I would have been fine doing that, but adding borders, it does kind of mess with the layout. You have to like calculate the pixels, and it's not the end of the world, but clearly this is easier. So I think our buttons will be a pretty easy fixed. So it's the, let's see here. No, I think it's actually, no, it isn't. It's in our JavaScript. It's here. So it's the cart plus minus, I think, is kind of styled like a button. That's why it's doing that. So we want to take out cursor pointer from here, and we're going to do cart plus minus button. I'm just going to say button, and then do the pointer. Okay, so we have a pointer now on our buttons, but we need a hover state for those buttons. So the class for these buttons is actually, it's more or less. So I'm going to use the proper class name. And then we'll go ahead and write, so we'll do hover active. I am going to do focus, but I'm not going to change outline. So it should still get its blue outline on focus. I used to not do focus styles and just let the focus be the blue browser outline, but I've gone back to, after having some conversations with our accessibility specialists where at the organization I work on my web team, I do focus styles. I started redoing focus styles again, but I just make sure that I don't change the blue outline. So the focus continues to get whatever the hover and the active are in addition to the blue outline. So that's my disclaimer, is that I just don't change the outline when I implement focus styles. So let's also do, let's also make sure that we have a transition. So I'm just going to do transition all. 300 milliseconds, ease in out, and then we're going to change the background color. We're going to change the background color and the fill of the SVG. So the background color right now is red. Background color, white. Oh, whoops. And then more or less, I'm going to take this, move it down. I'm going to move this down here. This is going to be white. Let's make sure this works. Yep. We don't have a transition. Transition isn't working. Oh, it's on the div. Okay. Should be here. SVG. Probably don't need this. And we don't need 2 of these. Okay, so here's our button, here's our SVG, here's our hover, and I think we're going to need to do the same thing here. I know you can nest in CSS, but it just feels so strange to me to do that. So there's our transition is working now, and let's make sure that our outlines are still working. Okay. And then I think we can just do, okay, well, and it would just be fill. Yeah, I don't think this type of, maybe you don't need the and. Oh, you know, it's not a class, that's why. There we go. It does work. So the button stays, once you click it, it stays active. That's weird. But I feel like I've run into that before too. So, I mean, is that a real, am I imagining this? Is this a real problem? Okay, so I noticed when I click a button and use CSS for the, well, it's active, right? Is it because I put an active? So if I take, the button is still active until you literally click away, is that why? So if we just do hover and focus, is it because it still has focus? The button still has focus? Is that why? So it seems good to me as it lets you know that the last action you took was to increase or decrease. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I just wish I understood better. But I honestly think it's just because, oh, it had, yeah, it's because it has focus still. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about this. Does a button element continue to have focus after it is clicked? No, that's the wrong question. I noticed the button element continues to have focus after it is clicked until I click away from it. Is this the correct behavior? Is this the correct behavior? Yes. Okay, so this is the correct behavior for a button element in HTML. By default, when you click a button, it receives focus, and it keeps that focus until something else on the page is clicked or the focus is programmatically removed. This behavior is particularly useful for accessibility as it allows users navigating with a keyboard to know where they are on the page. No, I don't find it undesirable at all. I just wanted to understand my own observation. So I'm good with this. If this is default behavior, thumbs up. And I agree. I think it's good. So I'm going to put my focus style back in here. And let's tab. I'm going to focus one more time. I love it. This is working really well. Let me just talk for a second about display none, because Lena, I think that's what you're telling me. You said here, I know what it does, but not what it was for. So I'm just going to talk for a second about display none, because I think our empty cart and full cart is a pretty good example of when to use display none. And I've had conversations, I think last weekend, Nano Akia, we talked last weekend about accessibility, and he shared that his preference is to never hide anything, to always make sure that you're showing as many things as possible. You're not hiding things in the browser. And let's see here, I'm not able to, there we go. And I think he's got a great point. I do hide things in the browser. What do I have? Oh, I think this is live server. Okay. So I do take the position that it is okay to hide things in the browser, as hide things in the DOM, as long as you know what you're doing and why you're doing it. And but I also understand Nano Akia's point of view about why he doesn't. So this is, again, another reason why I love having these conversations. So we have two divs here. We have empty cart and full cart. And right now, the empty cart, on page load, the cart is empty. So we're going to show this div. This div is display block, right? Which means display the div. We also have a div that is full cart. Full cart is all these other things, like the order total, or this little carbon neutral message, or the button to confirm the order. And you can see here that it says display none. I don't want to show this to people. Here's the other thing. Screen readers, if they see elements that are hidden with display none or something called visibility hidden, it will not read back this content. We can see in the DOM that these things exist. And if a screen reader landed on this page and the cart was empty, we wouldn't want this screen reader to come through and read all of these things because there's nothing in the cart. So display none hides this from a screen reader, and that's what I want to have happen. Now, using CSS, as soon as we put something in the cart, we'll do this here. As soon as we put something in the cart, so if I go add to cart, now full cart, hang on, here's empty cart. Empty cart has changed from display block to display none because I wrote some CSS here using this has pseudo class to basically check and see if there's something inside this cart container, which we're using JavaScript to populate this list, to basically change this from the cart is previously display none, now it's display block, and we use some specificity to do that. So now if a screen reader comes through to read this page, which I don't exactly think that that would happen. Well, a screen reader, yes, I'm thinking of like a Google bot. A Google bot is never going to come through and read a page with the full cart because the timing of that is unlikely. But a screen reader, yes, you would want a screen reader to come through and read this. I wouldn't want the screen reader to read the empty cart div because the cart isn't empty and it's being hidden on the page with display none. So I hope that this makes a little more sense about why you would use display none versus display block. It's really just a way. So you said that I know what it does, but not what it was for. I hope that that makes sense about what it's for. It's a way to say, do not show this on the page. Also, do not read this out to a screen reader. Now, where new developers can get into a little bit of trouble is they use display block and display none to hide and show things. But just because you are display nunning thing doesn't mean that you don't still want it to be read out loud to a screen reader, which is why I always write CSS for something called access hidden, and you can call this anything you want, right? I just call it access hidden. This is a screen reader friendly way to not display it on the page but still make it available to a screen reader. So, and Lena's saying she gets it now, thank you. So good. I think these are honestly such good questions, especially when it comes to things like display properties or positioning. I mean, it took me a while to really get my head around like position relative, position absolute, position fixed. We're going to use a little bit of that today when we do this modal dialogue. Took me a long time to get my head around some of those display properties because those are some of the what I would call OG CSS properties, right? Some of like display relative, display absolute, or excuse me, position relative, position absolute. They're also really aggressive ways of positioning. But again, in my opinion, they are absolutely appropriate if you understand them and you know why you're using them. Lena's saying, for example, I was thinking, okay, I can hide it, but why should I want to hide it? Yeah, perfect. So yeah, this is a pretty good example then of the cart and why you would sort of separate these. And I tried to think, I tried to be really thoughtful about like, should these be separate things? Should I hide one and show one? Can I combine these and be more strategic with CSS? And this just made more sense to me to do it this way. And then having the CSS so I could really take advantage of, let's see here. So I could really take advantage of this has pseudo selector and not need to do like another click event was pretty awesome yesterday. That was actually a lot of fun. So, okay, modal dialogue. So we did this in several streams ago. We're going to do MDN HTML5 dialogue. Yes, right here. Okay. The dialog HTML element presents a modal or non-modal dialog box or other interactive components such as a dismissible alert, inspector, or subwindow. We want to make sure that this is in a place on the page. So first of all, confirm order. When we click confirm order, that's going to trigger the dialog, the pop-up dialog. We want to make sure that this is in a place where when you dismiss the dialog, the focus returns to a logical place on the page. So first of all, let's just observe the focus now if we're tabbing through. So here we can tab through all the buttons and all the products. Oh, and it's just going right back up to my browser. So let's see here if I can get it. I can't get it to, well, there's nothing in the cart. Okay, duh, Angela, that's why. There's nothing in the cart. So let's put something in the cart. Oh. So now after it goes through all of the items, it hits the button right here, which is what we would use to dismiss that item. And then the focus comes down to this button. And then it leaves the page and it cycles through the browser. So clearly we don't have focus trapping on in the actual web page itself. So if we click this, this is the last thing on the page that gets focused. If we click this and open the modal dialog, when we dismiss the dialog, where does the next thing that gets focused on? What is the next thing that should get focus on the page? By default, this is the last thing that gets focus, and then it leaves the web page and it starts to focus through the browser itself, the browser window itself. So that's a decision that we get to make. We get to decide when it, and the way we do that is we decide where in the DOM it goes. So when it's dismissed, the next logical place, I mean, I feel like the next, if I can confirm order, open the dialog, and then close the dialog, I kind of want the focus to be back on confirm order. I don't know. So on CodePen, I have a pen using the Popover API. Okay, let's see here. So the Popover API provides developers with a standard, consistent, flexible mechanism for displaying popover content on top of other page content. Popover content can be controlled either declaratively using HTML attributes or via JavaScript. Okay? A very common pattern on the web is to show content over the top of other content, drawing the user's attention to specific important information or actions that need to be taken. This content can take several different names: overlays, pop-ups, popovers, dialogues, etc. We will refer to them as popovers through the documentation. Generally speaking, these can be modal or non-modal. So how do you handle focus trapping? I think that was the reason I wanted to use dialogue, because I want to make sure that if we go here, I was thinking that we would see, now this says start new order, which makes me think, does that clear the cart? Hang on. Maybe we should refresh our memories on the colors, typography, font. This is a solution to the product list with cart challenge on Frontend Mentor. Frontend Mentor challenge. So it might be a good idea for us to look at this and see if they did focus trapping. But let's just read this here. Add items to the cart and remove them. Check. Increase and decrease the number of items in the cart. Check. See an order confirmation modal when they click confirm order. Reset their selection when they click start new order. View the optimal layout for the interface depending on their device's screen size. See hover and focus states for all interactive elements on the page. Okay, so I'm just noticing this right here. Reset their selection when they click start a new order. Okay, so here's our sidebar. I kind of want to put it I think I'm just going to put it after the button, and it can be inside full cart. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to do a side class. I'm not going to call it Popover because I want to keep these attributes separate from my class. So I'm going to give this a class of modal. We'll just call it a modal Popover, and an ID. I guess we can give it the same ID just for the heck of it. Oh, do we want the ID in the class to be the same? Does it matter? Modal Popover, and then you used Popover auto. And then we're going to need a div to put our stuff. So what's different about this? So so we've got an SVG, we've got order confirmed, we've got hope you enjoy your food. We don't have the carbon neutral. We just have the list, the total, and a new button. I mean, it's a shame it has to be like a completely different element. I just want to like put the sidebar in modal. But it does need to be a different element. I know that. So, okay. Class. I'm gonna give this, what did I call this up here? Cart container, cart, popover. So that's where our list is going to go. And then we also need order confirmed. We hope you enjoy your food. I'll say this is an H3. Give this a class of cart, popover, heading, order confirmed. We hope you enjoy our food. And then the cart will be, we're going to need a div around everything to include the order total. So I'm just going to put this over here. And then I'm going to put a div around this. And I'm going to say cart, popover, container. I'm just going to make a note for myself. This is the wrapper with the background, and it's got a border radius, so I don't forget. So the items will go here, and then we've got order total, and then we've got this directly above, and then we need our SVG check mark, and then we need a button below. So where's our SVG check mark? We'll put this right up here. And then we need a button directly below. Okay. I hope it's okay. I'm going to use some of your code, because if I was just, you know, working along and doing my own thing, I would be Googling and going to CodePen and relying on the generosity of other developers and the work that they publish. So I hope that that's okay. We're also going to need, yeah, I guess this button is also, we're going to have, well, I'll just copy this here. I have to think about this. So this is going to be the button that, this is going to be the button that is up here. And then this would be this button here. So we want, let's fill this in first. So here's confirm order. This would be, tell us on stop. This would be pop over target equals, not sidebar. It would be modal popover. Oh, right below me. Modal popover. And then then it would be pop over target action toggle over target action toggle. Okay. Pop over target, modal pop over target toggle. So then this would be pop over target, hide. So it has to hide it and it has to clear it at the same time. That's the part that's gonna require some JavaScript. But we should be able to at least open it and close it. So again, this pop over target is, can the target be the thing that it's inside, or does this have to be outside? Well, we'll find out. Pop over target equals modal pop over, and then pop over target action is hide. And then this is start new order. Okay. So is that let's see here. Whoa. Holy cow. It's really that easy? Wow. Okay. That's insane. Okay. Wow. Mind is blown. So now we trigger it. So with this open now, how long is it going to take me to get back? Hang on, let's do it this way. Let's just try it one more time. Wow, my mind is already blown. Okay, so now let's tab. Tabbing through our items. Confirm order. So it does, when it enters the window, it doesn't automatically come back here, which makes me feel like we just need to move it to a different spot in the DOM, right? Because if this was opened, so right now we have it last in the DOM. So if this was opened, that's what I want to try. I want to see if I take this and I put it someplace else. So if we put this before the products, I just want to see what happens. Because I think that we have a lot of control over the logical place. The logical place where things get focus. Okay, so now I'm going to tab. I'm going to open. So even with this moved up in the DOM, when the focus enters back into the window, this is not the first thing to get focus. Should it be? Should it not be? I don't know. There's nothing in the specifications from Frontend Mentor that says anything about focus trapping. It just says that any interactive element needs to have a hover state and get focus. That's all it says. Okay, let's think about it. Let's do some styling and let's think about it. So here's the good news. Well, so what happens if we just now click outside of this? That automatically closes it. So that's cool. So now if I open it and hit the escape key, also closes it. Okay, two huge wins with the Popover API, because you do I think you can click outside to close it, but I think you need JavaScript to hit escape. That's what I remember from doing the modal. So that's already a huge bonus to be able to click outside to close it and hit the escape key to dismiss it. That's big. So I want to just spend some time thinking about focus and focus trapping and where the focus should go. I'm going to tell you right now, I do think that if this modal is open, it should trap the focus, and you should not be able to leave that dialogue without specifically closing the dialogue. But I could be convinced. I could be convinced to go another way. So let's go ahead and get this thing. Well, first of all, does my order total just work? Is that just a thing that's working? So, oh, this is not working. So did I accidentally move that? $33. Let's get the rest of our, let's get everything styled and get our list of items actually showing. And we need 2 order totals. So because I copied this down here. So we, let's see here. Let's do the first things first. Let's get our order total working correctly. So let's see here. Here's our add to cart. So we're gonna do, so can you no, you can't remove things from here. You just clear the whole thing from here. So we want to show, and we're gonna have to do a little more. Oh, we need our thumbnails also. I just saw that. Okay. Well, we have a lot to do today. Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. So, but that's it. I'm up for it. So we need, I'm just going to copy in what's currently in the cart for now, which is this layout works. We just have to add the thumbnails. Okay, so let's get both order totals working. Where is that? So here's our increment and decrement. Here's update cart item count. Okay, so this is if cart total amount right here. So we just want to put this, we probably need to do, here's the items, here's the cart count element, here's the cart total amount. So we might just want to give this, we might just want to say cart total amount popover. Or should we just, I don't want to forEach through. So cart total amount popover, cart total amount popover. And we can use this same if statement. Cart total amount pop over. Okay, so now we have our amount back. Confirm order. There we go. Good. And then does this, oh, that dismisses it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, good. So now let's get our list in there. So here's our, but we don't need the remove. We don't need the remove. We just need this right here. So we want to do, so this is create the new cart item markup. I'm going to say create the new cart popover item markup. So I'm going to say const cart item popover equals document. Oh yeah, create element, which was an article. So I think in this case I would do so we created an article. Oh yeah, each thing is an article. Got it. Create element. We'll go ahead and do an article again. And then we'll do cart item popover class list add cart item popover. Okay, so here is, I'm not going to, I don't think we need to set an attribute because we're not removing items. And the whole point of this set attribute was to remove items. So I'm not worried about that. We have access to cart item because this is in the same function. So I'm just going to do cart item popover inner HTML equals, and we're just going to borrow this right here. So, and it's still all inside. Oh, did I move this back? I'm going to move this back since it doesn't have focus trapping, and moving it in the DOM doesn't seem to really impact where the focus goes. I'm just going to put it right back underneath this button. And then all of the styles have access to this parent full cart on the div. So I feel like that's going to work. Okay, well, let's try it. So add to cart, confirm order. Of course not. Do we have console error? No. Okay. Oh, is it because, I mean, doesn't item name, current quantity, item price, see, don't all these things get it gets access from up here, right? Well, item name, it gets it from the grid item, and it's all inside add to cart. Cart item. I feel like I'm missing something here. Create the new cart item markup. Oh, I'm not, it's not, hang on, I'm not adding it someplace here. Yeah, we need to, hang on, I'll find it. Cart item inner HTML. See, we need to, there's another inner HTML here I'm missing someplace. Add to cart, grid item, item name, item. I know I'm just missing something here. Cart popover container, cart popover. Cart container, cart item. Hang on, where is... Here we go. This is what we forgot to do. So I want to do, we need another const, cart popover equals document query selector cart popover container. Okay, and then if sidebar, so we can continue with that check. We can do cart popover append child cart item popover right here. Oh, it was right beneath us. Okay, so that should add it now, in theory. There we go. So we have to move a couple things around. That's okay. So let's add a few things here. There we go. Okay, good deal. Look at that. And I haven't used ChatGPT once today. That makes me so happy. It's a great tool, but sometimes I feel like I rely on it a little too much. So, okay, so this is, let me see here. This is putting everything beneath our order total. Let's see what's going on here. Confirm order. So here's our container. Oh, I think I got this wrong. Should be cart popover. Let's see here. All right, there we go. Nice. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. Okay, so the last thing we need to do then is when you click start new order, it clears the cart. So let's see how we do that. So right now we clear the cart by what's the easiest way to clear the cart? Just removing the array. So the array is, here's add to cart, So you can increment and decrement, but incrementing and decrementing doesn't actually remove anything from the cart. So this removes the individual items. Where is the actual reset the, oh, that's a good idea. Reset the array length. Yeah, let's find, well, here, let's even find the array. So query selector all. So here's the cart items right here. So where is every place? So here's the cart items right here. Your cart. So the button would be, so here's the button. Let's give this an ID of clear cart. And I guess I don't think it needs to be part of update cart item count. It doesn't need to be part of increment or decrement. Well, let's make sure that if you, well, okay. You can't click to open it, so that confirm order, close, start new order. $25, okay. 9, 2 items. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. So it's not. Yeah, reset the array length. MDN reset array length. Array length. How do I empty an array in JavaScript? Let's just do a good old-fashioned Stack Overflow. Go away. Okay, for instance, how can I empty that? Oof. Just reset it to an empty array. Oh, just length equals 0. I like that one. Okay, so where am I going to put this now? Toggle. I kind of want to put this. I kind of want to put this here. Okay, so I think, well, I guess I can put it any place, but I'm going to make it just a separate function. So I'm just going to do function clear cart. I'm just going to say function clear cart. So, okay, so let's go ahead and document query selector, and let's get our button here. Clear cart. Clear cart. Const cart equals. And then we're going to say clear cart, addEventListener, click. Oops. If clear cart, well, I guess we also need cart items. If clear cart, oh, actually, maybe we want to do cart items is greater than or equal to 1, the cart, okay, I just want to console log make sure I'm doing this right. Console log cart items. So I should be able to console log the number of cart items when I click the clear cart button. Where are we here? Okay, so we'll add to cart, confirm order. Okay, and nothing happened. Oh, well, that's because we haven't initialized this yet. Still not getting. So let's just do, I just want to see if I can console log clear cart. Should I do, is it better to do get element by ID? I just want to console log the fact that anything. Oh, cart items, hello, length. Wait, is it a property or a length method? I think on, isn't it it's a method, I think. Nope. It's not. There, okay. Oh, but it's on page load, so that's technically working. Okay. Cart items. Stop. Why can't I console log the length? When I click that button. Oh, if cart items length. Oh, come on, Doc, you're driving me crazy. Okay. Hang on. Oh, I suppose. There we go. Oh, but it says 0. Well, if it's an index, I suppose. not really getting the, okay. I think this has something to do with the loading. I have to think about this for a second. The popover has an error with the second item where there were 2 lemon meringue pies. It only showed 1. Can you put 1 macaroon and 2 lemon meringues again? Yeah, I didn't notice that. Okay. 1 macaroon and 2 lemon meringues. Oh yeah. Okay, that's a good catch. So, okay, so let's get that working. Give me a second here. I want to be able to clear this cart first. I just want to know that I can clear the cart first. So, you know what? This is our first time. We're going to go back to ChatGPT today, but it's our first time, so I think it's okay. Okay, so I've gotten into the habit of just greeting ChatGPT and saying, hey, remember this conversation? Hi, I'm going to continue this continue this conversation. Can you please remember the previous chats when I ask you questions? Thanks. Okay. Great. I'm trying to clear the cart when I click a button with an ID, clear cart. I think the best way is to reset the length of the array, but I'm not getting an accurate array count. Here's my code. All right, the issue you're encountering with the array count not being accurate likely stems from how the cart items variable is defined. When you call document query selector all cart item, it creates a static node list at that moment, which means it's not automatically updated if the DOM changes. So when you click the clear cart button, the node list doesn't get updated to reflect changes in the DOM as you remove items. Instead, you should select the cart items inside the event listener. This way you're always working with the most up-to-date list of cart items. Oh, okay. So inside the event listener, move the cart items. Got it. Okay, this makes sense to me. Okay, and then update the cart item count and total amount after clearing. So we were almost there. We were almost there. Yeah, let's try this. So use cart items for each item removed to remove each item from the cart. So this is checking, so this is using length to check the length, but it's for each through and then doing remove. Yeah. And then update the cart item count and total amount after clearing. Yeah, because we have to update the actual cart itself, right? When you click it. So okay. Let's see here. So we'll add to cart, boop, boop, boop. And I know that this is wrong, so we'll update this next. Boom. But it didn't, we need to reset this also. So yeah, we're getting there. So it clears the actual cart. So now we also need to reset this. So I think we just need to grab one of our other functions and pop it in here. So update cart count. What's the other thing? There's another function here. Update cart count, update cart item count. Yep. What's the other thing? Whoops. The thing that also cleared our buttons. And it's also probably, so maybe we do want to put this in the toggle. So we can either add so we just have to clear the buttons. So do we put clear cart so when we clear the cart, we just need to toggle those buttons. Maybe we can just do this. Remove active from the button and add it to the cart plus minus. Where's the thing where we do the opposite? This right here. Add functionality to remove the item from the cart. So here's where we change back our buttons. We need to do the same thing, plus do this, which makes me think that we can just duplicate this. And then reset the quantity back to 1. So, hang on, I gotta think about this for a second. The best place to put this. So here's our remove, here's our quantity, and we have access to this because we're doing cart items, not cart item. We might have to move this up to it might make sense to move this up to the add to cart. In order to get cart item, grid item, cart, right here, because this is where it's getting access to cart item. And I need access to that anyways because my cart count is off. Okay. Okay. This works. So where should I put this so it also resets the grid item count and does the following. So I need it to do this, right? We need it to do this, which is what we do when we click the little remove button to remove it from the cart. Failed to edit. It looks like my previous attempt couldn't match the existing clear cart function. I'll add the logic to ensure it resets the grid items and properly resets. Failed to edit again. I'll add this change now. I'm just going to close this. Here's what I tried to do. Add logic to reset grid items. After removing items from the cart, I added logic to reset the grid item quantity, button classes, and set the quantity to 1. Update button states. Specifically, the cart button would get the active class added back, while the plus minus container would have the active class removed. It looks like the existing clear cart function wasn't correctly located in the document, which caused the update to fail. Okay, I'll put it in here. Let's see here. Put it here. And then I'm going to put this. You know what? We'll just give it a fresh copy. And if we need to roll back, we can. Okay, I think I can just do code review. I updated main.js with clear cart. Where should I put it to reset the grid item count and buttons? Okay, reset the grid item count and toggle the button states back when you clear the cart. The best place to add this logic is within your clear cart function after removing all items from count. Okay, which is kind of what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. Loop through all grid items and well, we're already looping through the grid items and reset, or no, we're not. We're looping through the cart items, but we can loop through the grid items. Reset the button states and quantity for each one. Add this logic immediately after you remove all items from the cart before calling update cart item count. Here's how you can modify the clear cart function. So here's our clear cart button. Here's our event listener for the button. Here's our cart items. Here's how we loop through all of the cart items and remove them. And then we reset the grid items. So grid items for each grid item. Okay, this makes sense to me. So yeah, this makes sense to me because I was thinking, do I need to add this to the toggle? I don't really want to. So let's go down here to our clear cart. So let's see how this works. There we go. Oh, but it didn't really clear the cart, did it? Or it didn't really clear this. So we also need to clear this. Let's see here. So we also want to, for each cart item, we want to do this exact same thing for the popover items. So let's find that. Where, so cart item, create element. Yeah, we can just do const cart item popovers equals document query selector all, and this is cart item popover, and we should be able to do the exact same thing here, and we can just continue to use the actual cart item check. I'm fine with that. Okay, so now we need to make sure that our quantities are working for the popover, because we don't have the correct quantities. But we have the correct total, but we don't have the quantity or the pricing quantities correct. Okay. Let's see here if we can find an easy way to do that. So clear cart is working and resetting our buttons. So perfect. Here's the update cart item count. I feel like, so here's the total, that's getting updated. I feel like this right here, update cart item count. So that gets updated here. When you increment and decrement, it gets updated here when you remove items. Plus it gets updated just when the toggle is called, and it gets updated on page load. So this works, this does not, which means that I think this is added someplace that this is missing from. That's why I think that's happening. So item price, so it makes me feel like the setup function. Okay, so this is the setup function for the buttons themselves. Yeah, see, cart items. So, yeah, cart items needs this. So do we have to do a second for each? Can we do a nested for each or just a second for each? Do we have to like duplicate this for each? Okay. I'm just going to ask Google a random question here. Can I do a for each on 2 arrays at the same time? I can't be the only one who's asked this question. Synchronously iterate and print values from 2 arrays. Iterating over 2 arrays simultaneously using forEach. If you're yelling at your computer right now, I'm so sorry. This is just the only way I learn, is to ask Google stupid questions. How may I iterate over both arrays together using for each loop in Java? I don't think I'm going to be able to. You need to use it doing the regular for loop with an index like this. So if this array is not equal to this, something is wrong. This assumes that the student names and the marks have identical lengths. So, okay. So I can for each through the cart items. I just have to make sure that I update both. But this item is specific to the cart items. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We can just do a second one, it's fine. Cart items, cart item popovers equals document query selector all cart item popover. So I'm just going to do a second array with all of the items from the popover, and then I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to ask ChatGPT for a little refactoring help. So I'm just going to do the exact same thing here. And that should update the quantities. So 3 macaroon, 2 pie. Oh, we still don't have the correct. Cart item popover. Do I have the right markup? So here's the container. Here's the container. Yeah. Cart item popover. Yeah. Okay, so cart count element. Hang on. Okay, so this worked. Now I'm trying to fix my quantities in the popover using this code, but it's not working. Okay, it seems like there's a misunderstanding about how to update both the cart and the popover quantities. It looks like you're summing up the quantities and total amounts from both cart items and cart item popovers, which will double count the values. Instead, the goal should be to synchronize the quantities between the cart and the popover so that they reflect the same values when they are updated. Here there are these steps to achieve that. Instead of calculating the total quantities and amounts separately for both, synchronize the changes directly between the cart items and the corresponding cart item popovers. When a quantity is updated in the cart, mirror that update in the popover. Solution. Below I've provided a solution where we maintain the cart item and cart item popover in sync when adding, removing, incrementing, and decrementing quantities. Update your code as follows. Update the add to cart function. When an item is added, both the cart and the popover are updated. Update quantity handling. When incrementing or decrementing quantities, make sure to update both the cart and the popover quantities. Here's how you could implement it. Okay, so here's the new cart item. Create the new cart. Okay, we have that. Here's the popover. Yep, we did that. We did that. We did that. Oh, right here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That makes sense. And then it's also adding spans and changing the inner text as well here for the increment and decrement event listeners. Got it. Okay, so right now we have remove button, item quantity span, and item total span, and then we're adding these two new spans right here. Yeah, and it's using this right here. Got it. Cart item. Which we defined up here, right? Okay, so you know what? It's okay. We can just replace. Well, probably want to take this out of this function then. There's the setup, and then here's the add to cart. There we go. So far, so good. Now we're cleared. So we've got pistachio baklava. Okay. And it even puts it in the correct order. All right. That worked. That makes sense. I think we can take out our console log. And then I think we're still good here for the cart total. There's the setup. Because these are specific to the item, not the total price, but just the current quantity and the item price. And then this is all resetting. This is appending. This we got right. It didn't change anything here, so that's good. We got that right. Yeah, this looks great. Wow. So here's our toggle. Here's the add to cart. This is the setup for the buttons. This is updating the cart item count. This is clearing the cart, resetting the grid, and then here's the setup. So I put a note in here last week about persistent storage. And we're done. I mean, I think we've got our functionality figured out here. I'm gonna skip I'm going to skip right to styling. I think we're at the styling phase here because we're getting, well, it's been about 2 hours. I mean, I'm completely fine continuing to work here and get this done, but I'm not going to worry about persistent storage today. I'm just going to keep working and getting getting our styles finished. I'm fine with that. So yeah, let's keep going. Let's get our styles done. I feel like I'm going to take out some of these comments here. I would definitely like to do some more reading about the Popover API. Because we're using attributes here that I didn't see right away on the like Popover target action. I mean, these are self-explanatory, but I would actually like to see these attributes in the API and do a little reading on some of these. So, but yeah, I think we have our core functionality all working here. We do, yeah, we need to get this styled and we need to get our thumbnail images in here too. So let's work on some styling. So let's get this. I don't think there's that much to do. All right. So I'm going to go down to the very bottom here. And what is this called? So everything is happening right here inside a class modal popover. So modal popover. Let's give it a whole bunch of padding, like 2 rems. We'll do a background color of white, even though that's kind of the default. A color of white. We'll do a border radius of 10 pixels. And let's start there. There we go. Definitely needs to be a little bit wider. So we'll give it a min width. Let's see here. So right now the width is 269. Let's just give it a min width of 500 pixels. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then it has a pseudo class backdrop right here. Yeah, look at this popover. Wow. Modal popover backdrop. We'll say background color. Is that what it is? Yep, background color. Yeah, look at that. So position fixed, everything that is in the API here. Oh, so this is where the inset was from. Okay. Pointer events none. Background color transparent. Look at all that's already part of the browser support. Love it. Background color. We'll do RGBA. And I think we have to do what's black? 0, 0, 0, 0.25, or no, do we just do 25%? I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. A little darker maybe, 65%. Yeah. And we'll get our min width in there. Well, we'll just do a width of 500 pixels, and then we'll give it a max width of 100%, so it shrinks for mobile. There we go. And then we have a container here. This is the container that gets the additional background color. And so what color was that? So this is cart popover container. So we'll say background, color, var, and I think it was like the really light rose, right? We'll give it like padding 1 rem, and then we'll do border radius 10 pixels. No, that was too dark. It's probably the rose 100. There we go. Is that right? It looks a little pink, doesn't it? Where's our... Let's go back up to the top. I think it's rose 50. Yeah. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And then we need a line, just like we had here. So cart item. Let's see here. Cart item popover. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're seeing a little padding. All right, there we go. Okay, let's see what we have to do to get the thumbnail image in there. Well, what about, okay, order confirmed needs to be a little bit bigger, and I think that this is also cart popover heading. It looks like a dark red. So I'm going to say font size, I don't know, we'll try 3 rems just to see how it looks, and we'll go from there. And I think this is probably rose 900. Ooh, that's big. Let's try 2.5. That's pretty big too. Is it? Yeah, that's pretty big. Let's just go with 2. Yep, that looks good. Okay, and let's adjust some of this margin and padding. So usually, yeah, these have a ton of margin and padding by default. I think on top it's fine. So we'll just tighten this up on the bottom, and then this, yeah, we'll just tighten this up too. I am not going to make, we hope you enjoy your food. I'm not going to make that smaller, because it needs to be a minimum of 1 rem or 16 pixels to be accessible. But I am going to put a little more space underneath it. So we'll say margin, bottom, I'm going to say 0.5 rem, and then this. And I'm going to do plus the paragraph, so a sibling selector. And then I'll say margin. I'm going to say 1 rem on the top, 0 on the sides, and 2 on the bottom. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, that looks good. And I think this order total looks fine, but I think this needs to be bigger. So if this is 2 rems, I would make this like 1.5. So we'll just change this here, which is the order total amount popover right here. Font size, I'm going to do 1.5. And this should also be font weight. What are our font weights? 700. Yeah. And the rest of our stuff got the same styles, sort of inherited the same styles because it's both inside the full cart. Okay, so I think we can add these button styles. I don't think we need to do anything different for these button styles. We can just say start new order, ID clear new cart. I'm also just going to do a class. Oh, stop. It's going to do a class clear cart. And then this button has a class of confirm order. So let's find that button, confirm order. And let's just do the exact same thing, clear cart. Yeah, look at that. I am, though, I'll add, well, it's probably better, instead of putting margin on the button, I'm just going to add margin to the bottom of this container to push that button down. And then the last thing we need to do is get our image in there and check mobile. So let's get back down here. So this is the container. So we'll just give this some margin on the bottom. We'll say, we'll say 2 rems. See how that looks? Yeah, that looks good. Ooh, this needs a hover state though. So we'll duplicate. And then we'll say there we go. Okay, let's see how we get those. Let's see how we get those images in there. So the grid item includes images. Get item details from grid item. So let's get some more details. So we'll say const item photo equals grid item query selector. So we want the, where's the grid item? It's all the way down here. So the grid item image is item image desktop, and then we also need the name, which we already have access to. So we're grabbing the so it's the item photo so the item price, so they're literally grabbing the inner text. Query selector, so it would be the image container image source, not the inner text source, and then we can just use the item name as the alt. Okay. Query selector, image container image, but then we need the source. Hang on. We need to get the attribute. Source is technically an attribute, right? Get attribute. Well, is this the actual value or the attribute itself? Set attribute. And then get attribute. Hang on, here we do. Get attribute. So here we set the attribute, data label, item name. Get attribute. Okay. How do I get the image container image source? Image container image source to add a thumbnail image in the cart item popover. Oh, right here. Here it is. Oh, I was right. Huh, I was right. I should have just kept going with that. It is just src. Okay. So now we can just get the item photo. And yeah. So I'm just going to grab this markup. And we'll have to style this a little bit. And then this would be item name. And then this would be item photo. There we go. We just have to style that now. Should have kept going. Should have just kept going. Oh, and this does not, look at this. This doesn't scroll either. We would probably want to make sure this can scroll. This inner container can scroll, right? So here's the aside, here's the SVG. Okay, well, let's get this style. I feel like this should be able to scroll. So if we say, I think we just have to say height 100 HV, no? Or 100 VH. Okay. Max height. There we go. You can see here. There we go. Now that will automatically scroll. Because if on mobile, you would want to make sure that that could scroll. Although, yeah, that's everything. Let's go to a phone. Yeah, nice. That was a happy accident, as Bob Ross would say. So we'll just do max height 100 VH. Max height 100 VH. And then the overflow automatically scrolls. So it's like you could set overflow auto, but that's the default value, so we don't actually have to set that. And then the height of the popover will never be bigger than the viewable window. So you don't have to do anything crazy. It's already putting it smack dab in the middle of the page. I mean, we can see that. So it's already doing that for us. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 items. So let's make sure we can see all of our items. Yeah, we can see them all. Wait, can we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we can see all of our items. Okay, so now let's get this little grid fixed up. So here's our article. So here's the container. So within each article, and then we've got the quantity. So the cart quantity, yeah, we might want to change this. So here's the article. The quantity is a column. So we might want to take this figure and move it outside of cart quantity, but it's still within the article, and then Flexbox the article and make sure it's a row. Yeah. So let's do that. So, oh, but we need it. No, it doesn't have to be inside that div. It just, the entire inner HTML is getting changed. So we can just do this. Yeah, so this is the entire inner HTML. That's perfect. That's exactly fine. So now we just Flexbox the cart item popover, which is right here. So we'll do display flex, and we'll say flex flow. We want a row. We do not want it to wrap. Yeah, it doesn't need to wrap. And then we'll say justify content space between, and then align items. I'll do center for now. Okay, and then we just want to give our image container, we'll just change the width and the height of our image container. So we'll do new styles for image container. So we'll do this image container, and I'm just going to say width, I'm going to say 50 pixels just to see. I don't think we're going to have to do that much. Oh, we are going to have to change the height. So we'll do, I guess, padding bottom. Also 50 pixels. That's pretty small. It can be a little bigger. Makes me think that we can just use a defined height. Like we have enough room to do a defined height. Yep, and everything, I mean, that's pretty small. We'll go with that. And then instead of space between, let's do, I think we can move it in a little bit. Space around, space between, space evenly. Well, we'll just do, oh, it needs to have, oh, this price is off to the side. Okay, I just noticed that. That's fine. So we'll do, so we've got the figure, the cart quantity, which is the heading, and then we've got this quantity wrap, quantity, the item, and the item total. So I'm going to pull this item total out. And stick that in a div on the end. Okay, and then let's change the, I'm going to change this to 85 by 85. And then the total, I'm going to take this out of this container. So we've got the figure, the cart quantity, and then I'm going to stick this here. I'll change these to divs so they are block level by default. And then we've got Flexbox in two places. So we've got Flexbox handling this and handling this, which would be Flex Start. And then I've got Flexbox in here handling this. And for this, I'll do Flexbox. I'll do space between for this to get this off to the far right, which means that this would be, since this is 85 pixels, this would be a width of, I'll do a calculation of 100% minus 85 pixels to get it to be wide enough, but account for the image. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so cart quantity. Let's go back to our CSS. So this will be the image container, and then I'm going to do no, cart item popover, and then we'll do cart quantity. I'm going to say width calc 100% minus 85 pixels. So now the image container and the cart quantity equals 100%. And we might have to adjust that a little bit, but that's fine. We can do that. And then I want this to be Flex Start, which we technically don't have to say that because it's default, but I'm going to put it in anyways. And then this, I want, well, let's see how it looks. Yeah, that works. I do need this. This is, I'm pretty sure this is in a column right now, so I'll have to change this. Yeah, this is, so here's the row. So here's our quantity and our item, and then here's the item total. Okay, so this I need to be okay, so that's right. This is okay, so this is Flex Start also. Flex Start also. Yep. Here's the quantity wrap. Quantity wrap. So this would be justify content. We're changing this to Flex Start. See, this is, so cart quantity needs to go Flex Flow row, no wrap. Flex Flow row, no wrap. There we go. And now we need to do, see, and now it's, oh, but hang on. No, this I do want to be, wait a second. So the heading, I think I need to move this one more layer out. Yeah, I do. That's what I need. Didn't move this out far enough. So this needs to be after cart quantity, because I do want the cart quantity to be in a column. So that's wrong. There we go. So here, let's add some quantities so we can see this. There we go. So now we have our totals here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we need to, our squares aren't quite square, which is fine. So here's our image. Here's that. Oh, and I didn't account for this. That's why. So, but I don't think I have to do that anymore. I don't think I have to do this anymore. As long as the entire thing now, yeah, the entire thing is not flex start, but I think we just need to go back to, does the quantity wrap need to be cart quantity wrap? No, yeah, I do want that to be flex start. This can go back to space between. Yeah, I think that, did that just work? I think so. Yeah. Yeah. This is over a little bit. Yeah, technically that's supposed to be over a little bit. So maybe I do want space between. Maybe we just give this inner wrap a little bit of a defined width, so we can get it pushed over to the left a little bit. So we've got figure, cart quantity, and item total. So this is 150 pixels wide. It's got a defined width. So if it didn't have a defined width, it would be about 200 pixels. And we know that the item total, so that says it's 40 pixels wide. That 12 is definitely wider. So 85, let's say 85 plus, where's my calculator? 85 plus, we'll say 50 is like what, 135? So 100% maybe minus 150. So we'll say cart quantity cart item popover cart quantity width calc 100% minus 150 pixels. Just to widen it out a little bit to get it justified left, but still have the image and the total hugging up against the end containers. Yeah, perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. And then that still gives, yeah, so when I highlight this here, it gives it a little bit of breathing room in between the image, the title, And then we can put a little bit of margin here in between the quantity. And then it leaves room over here for this price to get bigger. So let's add just like a whole bunch of stuff, just like that. That gives it a little bit of breathing room. I mean, I feel like that works. I feel like that holds up. So let's put a little bit of margin here in between this quantity. And then let's, this needs to be bolder, which is, what is that? That is the, so that's just the item total. I'm just gonna make that, I guess it's a little bit bigger. Item total. So I'll say font size 1.25 rems, and let's see here, font weight 700. Item total. That's a little big. Let's just do 1.1. And let's take down, I think we're running out of room here. So let's pull this down, maybe wrong direction. So if we change this to 170, that gives us even more breathing room, which I don't know, I like that. So I'm going to change that to 170. And then let's and then these are display inline, which means I have to change the display to give it margin. That's fine. So the quantity, we'll just do display inline block. So it remains inline, but I can add margin. So we'll say left, right, margin, right. I'll just give it like 5 pixels just to smooch it over. Yeah, that works. Oh, it needs a little more, doesn't it? Okay, maybe 15. Yeah. At, wait, there's space after the at, yes. Can I just put that in the markup? Yeah, that works. And I think this needs to be a little darker. Oh, I guess it's okay. Yeah, I'll leave that. I do think this needs to be a different color. Yeah, right now. So what is that? That is the, it's over here. That is the cart popover heading. And I'm pretty sure I used the sibling selector, so we'll do color var. Not sure. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh, I think we might be done with this. What do you guys think? Let's add some more stuff. Wow. Yeah, it looks right. See how it looks on mobile. Add to cart. Add to cart. Look at that. I think though, let's see here. What was the, oh yeah, I guess this is the mobile experience. I mean, it really just depends on how many things you have in the cart. But this holds up. iPhone SE is the smallest, 375. Here's an XR. It automatically centers itself, which I think is so cool. Here's a Pro. Here's a Pixel 7. Here's an iPad Air. Yeah. I think we're done. I feel pretty confident saying that the HTML and CSS part of things are definitely the part that I'm most comfortable with. I mean, I'm really trying hard to improve my JavaScript skills. I still clearly need a lot of help from ChatGPT. But the layout stuff, the HTML and the CSS is definitely what I am most comfortable with. Oh, and I think we need to update our header, desserts header. Oh, maybe not. I think the desserts header, we had moved that markup. So let's adjust. Yeah, this needs, it looks like it's the right color, it just needs a little extra margin. So let's adjust that. So here's our primary header. We need way more margin. A lot more margin here. Oh, I think it needs more than that. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I think that perfect is the enemy of done every single time. I think that there is a, what do we say where I work? We say, what are the, not the deal breakers. Maybe it's the deal breakers. We basically have this like list of things that are, yeah, they're deal breakers. It's like, what is the one thing that would stop you from going live? And so we just make a list. We are like, these are the things that absolutely have to be done in order to go live. And then we make a list of all of the things that need to be done. They're technical debt, whatever you want to call them, but they don't ever prevent anything from launching. So think of this as a process where you're constantly improving and refining and doing things, but don't ever think of it as something where it has to be perfect, or it's like it's a standard where you would never be able to improve, because you will always be able to improve on something. So it's always progress over perfection, always. And yeah, I might offline work on the what did I call it here? Persistent storage. Yeah. Um, yeah. I might do that offline, or maybe we could revisit this at a later date. I really don't want to continue with this because I do think that it's done. To me, this is done. Also, they didn't have anything in the instructions or the style guide or the scope that said that you had to have persistent storage. Honestly, if that was part of the scope, I would take another day and I would work on that. but they didn't have any of that in there. So I feel like I met the requirements, and I'm very, very happy with what we did. So there we are. We did it. We finished. 3 hours. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Could not be happier. So everybody have a great rest of your evening wherever you are. Have a great week, and I will see you all later. Bye-bye.